Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Miyamoto Musashi's technique to conquer overthinking. Miyamoto Musashi, a name that echoes through the annals of history, was a legendary Japanese swordsman, philosopher, and strategist. Born in 1584 during the tumultuous Sengoku period, Musashi lived a life marked by relentless pursuit of mastery and profound wisdom. His journey from a young samurai to an undefeated warrior who won over 60 duels is not only a testament to his skill with the sword, but also to his unyielding spirit and disciplined mind. Musashi's philosophy transcended mere combat. He was a student of life, constantly seeking to understand the deeper truths that govern human existence. His teachings, compiled in his seminal work, The Book of Five Rings, offer insights that extend beyond the battlefield, touching on aspects of strategy, focus, and mental clarity that are universally applicable. In an era where life and death hung in the balance, Musashi's ability to maintain a clear and focused mind under extreme pressure sets him apart. His strategies for overcoming overthinking and achieving mental clarity are as relevant today as they were centuries ago. By studying Musashi's life and teachings, we can learn valuable lessons on how to navigate our own mental struggles and achieve a state of inner peace and resilience. Number 1. The power of practice of Miyamoto. Musashi, the legendary swordsman, understood the transformative power of practice. He knew that mastery wasn't achieved overnight, but through relentless and disciplined effort. In today's fast-paced world, we often seek quick fixes and instant gratification, leading to overthinking and frustration when results don't come quickly. Musashi's wisdom teaches us that consistent practice is the key to overcoming mental clutter. By dedicating ourselves to regular practice, whether it's in our careers, personal development, or hobbies, we build resilience and focus. This disciplined approach helps clear our minds of unnecessary doubts and fears. Remember, every great achievement begins with a commitment to practice. The path to mastery is long, but with each step, we refine our skills, sharpen our minds, and move closer to our goals. Embrace the process, trust in the practice, and let go of the need for immediate results. In the words of Musashi, today is victory over yourself of yesterday. Tomorrow is your victory over lesser men. Let this be a guiding principle in your journey towards self-improvement and mental clarity. Number 2, focus on purposeful actions. In a world filled with distractions, Musashi's advice to do nothing that is of no use is more relevant than ever. Overthinking often stems from engaging in activities that add no value to our lives. Whether it's getting caught up in social media drama, endless scrolling, or pointless debates, these distractions clutter our minds and lead us away from our true purpose. Musashi's wisdom teaches us to focus on what truly matters. Identify what is essential in your life and eliminate the rest. By dedicating our time and energy to purposeful actions, we not only achieve more, but also create a clear and focused mind. This Stoic approach encourages us to prioritize our goals and ignore the noise around us. Ask yourself, is this activity bringing me closer to my goals? If the answer is no, it's time to let it go. By simplifying our lives and concentrating on what's important, we reduce overthinking and enhance our productivity and well-being. Number 3, embracing impermanence. Musashi's teachings remind us of the impermanent nature of life. He understood that change is the only constant, and by embracing this truth, we can reduce the mental burden of overthinking. When we cling to the illusion of permanence, we create unnecessary stress and anxiety. Accepting impermanence allows us to flow with life's natural rhythms and adapt to changing circumstances with grace. This Stoic principle encourages us to focus on the present moment, knowing that everything we experience is transient. By letting go of the need to control every outcome, we free ourselves from the chains of overthinking. Embrace the changes that come your way and understand that each moment, whether good or bad, is fleeting. This perspective not only brings peace of mind but also empowers us to live fully in the present, appreciating each experience as it comes. Number 4, identifying root causes. Musashi's wisdom teaches us to perceive that which cannot be seen with the eye. This profound insight emphasizes the importance of looking inward to identify the root causes of our overthinking. Often, our mental struggles are fueled by deep-seated fears and insecurities that lie beneath the surface. By acknowledging and addressing these underlying issues, we can find clarity and move forward. This Stoic approach encourages us to be honest with ourselves, to dive deep into our inner world, and to confront our true feelings. It's not about avoiding or suppressing our thoughts, but rather understanding their origins. By doing so, we can tackle overthinking at its source. Take time to reflect and introspect, and don't shy away from uncovering uncomfortable truths about yourself. This self-awareness is the first step towards overcoming overthinking and achieving mental peace. Number 5, flexibility and open-mindedness. Musashi's wisdom teaches us the value of flexibility and open-mindedness. Overthinking often arises from a rigid mindset, where we fixate on finding the perfect solution. This rigidity can paralyze us, preventing us from taking action and moving forward. Musashi's advice is simple yet profound. Understand that there is more than one path to the top of the mountain. Embrace the idea that there are multiple ways to achieve your goals and solve problems. By being adaptable and open to different approaches, you reduce the anxiety that comes from perfectionism. This Stoic principle encourages us to let go of our need for control and accept the natural flow of life. Flexibility in thought and action allows us to navigate challenges with ease and reduces the mental strain of overthinking. Number 6, cultivating a growth mindset. Musashi's teachings align closely with the concept of a growth mindset, where challenges are seen as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. Overthinking often stems from a fear of failure or an obsession with perfection. By adopting a growth mindset, we shift our focus from fixed outcomes to continuous learning and improvement. Musashi believed that true mastery comes from embracing challenges and persevering through difficulties. This Stoic approach encourages us to view each setback as a valuable lesson and each success as a step towards greater wisdom. By cultivating a growth mindset, we reduce the mental burden of overthinking and open ourselves up to endless possibilities for personal development. Embrace challenges, learn from your experiences, and constantly strive to improve. This mindset not only enhances your resilience, but also brings a sense of purpose and fulfillment to your life. Number 7, mind-body balance. Musashi's advice to not let the body be dragged along by the mind, nor the mind by the body, highlights the importance of balance. Overthinking often occurs when there is a disconnect between our mental and physical states. Musashi emphasized the need for harmony between the mind and body to achieve clarity and peace. In our modern lives, it's easy to become mentally overwhelmed while neglecting our physical well-being, or vice versa. By focusing on balancing both aspects, we create a more holistic approach to our overall health. Engage in activities that nurture both your mind and body, such as exercise, meditation, and proper rest. This equilibrium helps reduce overthinking by ensuring that both your mental and physical energies are aligned and supportive of each other. When the mind and body work in harmony, we experience a greater sense of well-being and clarity. Number 8, living in the present. Musashi's teachings emphasize the importance of living fully in the present moment. Overthinking often pulls us into the past with regrets or into the future with worries. This mental tug-of-war distracts us from the here and now, where life truly happens. Musashi believed that focusing on the present task with full attention and effort is the key to achieving excellence and peace of mind. This Stoic principle encourages us to embrace each day as it comes, giving our best to what is in front of us without being weighed down by what might or might not happen. By living in the present, we can break free from the cycle of overthinking and experience life more fully. Concentrate on today's actions and let tomorrow take care of itself. This approach not only enhances productivity, but also brings a deeper sense of fulfillment and contentment. Number 9, timing and patience. Musashi's grasp of timing and patience is a crucial lesson in managing overthinking. He taught that there is a right time for everything, and rushing often leads to mistakes and stress. Overthinking is frequently a result of impatience and the desire for immediate results. By understanding and respecting the natural timing of events, we can reduce the anxiety that comes from trying to force outcomes. This Stoic principle reminds us that good things take time and that patience is a virtue. Trust the process and be patient with your progress. Recognize that each step forward, no matter how small, is part of a larger journey. By aligning ourselves with the natural rhythm of life, we can maintain a clear and focused mind, free from the chaos of overthinking. Number 10, mindful meditation. Incorporating mindful meditation into your daily routine can be a powerful antidote to overthinking. Musashi himself practiced forms of meditation to maintain a clear and focused mind. Mindfulness helps us become aware of our thought patterns and teaches us to observe them without judgment. This practice allows us to let go of unproductive or negative thoughts and stay anchored in the present moment. By dedicating time each day to mindfulness, we can cultivate a calm and peaceful mind. This Stoic practice encourages us to embrace stillness and silence, providing a refuge from the constant mental chatter that fuels overthinking. Through regular meditation, we develop the ability to detach from our thoughts and gain a greater sense of clarity and control over our minds. Miyamoto Musashi's timeless wisdom offers powerful strategies to conquer overthinking and achieve mental clarity. By integrating his teachings into your daily life, you can cultivate a focused mind, live with purpose, and navigate challenges with grace and resilience. From embracing impermanence to practicing mindfulness, each lesson is a stepping stone towards a more balanced and fulfilling existence. 12 Stoic Rules for a Better Life, from Marcus Aurelius. Have you ever wondered how to live a life of true purpose and resilience, regardless of the challenges you face? Imagine having the wisdom of one of history's greatest philosopher kings, guiding your every step. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor of Rome, left us a treasure trove of timeless wisdom. His principles are not just ancient teachings, but practical, transformative rules that can elevate your life today. Dive into these 12 Stoic rules distilled from Marcus Aurelius's profound insights, and discover how to navigate life's obstacles with grace and strength, embracing each moment with purpose and clarity. Let these lessons be your compass to a better, more fulfilled life. 1. Internal control, mastering your mind. Anxiety and stress are inevitable parts of life, but how we respond to them defines our journey. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that these emotions originate from within. The external world may present challenges, but it is our inner landscape that determines our peace. By mastering our thoughts and emotions, we reclaim control over our lives. Instead of succumbing to panic or despair, we can choose calm and rational responses. This practice of internal control empowers us to face adversity with grace and resilience. Remember, we do not control what happens to us, but we control how we react. Embrace this Stoic principle to transform your inner turmoil into tranquility and strength. 2. Morning routine. Seize the day with purpose. Starting your day with intention and discipline is a hallmark of Stoic practice. Marcus Aurelius, despite his immense responsibilities, began each day early with a clear purpose. He would journal, reflecting on his thoughts and setting the tone for the day. This routine was not just about productivity, it was about aligning with his values and focusing on what truly mattered. By adopting a similar morning routine, you can set a strong foundation for your day. Prioritize your tasks, center your mind, and approach each day with the determination of a philosopher king. Well begun is half done. Let your morning routine pave the way for a successful and meaningful day. 3. Selflessness, leading with compassion. True leadership is not about accumulating power, but about using it for the greater good. Marcus Aurelius demonstrated this through his acts of selflessness during the Antonine Plague. He sold imperial luxuries to aid the suffering citizens, showing that the well-being of his people came before his own comfort. This Stoic principle of selflessness teaches us that real strength lies in compassion and generosity. In your own life, consider how you can put others before yourself. Whether it's through acts of kindness, sharing resources, or simply listening to someone in need, selflessness enriches both the giver and the receiver. Lead with a heart of service, and your influence will extend far beyond your immediate circle. 4. Immediate action, the power of now. Procrastination is a thief of time and opportunity. Marcus Aurelius urged immediate action, emphasizing that we should not defer our good deeds to tomorrow. The wisdom here is clear. Life is uncertain and our time is limited. Why wait to start that project, mend a relationship, or pursue a goal? The Stoic discipline of action teaches us to seize the present moment and take decisive steps towards our aspirations. It's not enough to know what needs to be done. We must act on it. Begin today with whatever small step you can take and watch how momentum builds. The future is shaped by the actions we take now, so embrace the power of immediate action. 5. Amor fati. Embrace your fate. Amor fati, or the love of fate, is a profound Stoic concept. Marcus Aurelius believed that everything happens for a reason and that we should embrace our fate with a positive attitude. Instead of resisting or lamenting our circumstances, we should see them as opportunities for growth and learning. This mindset transforms obstacles into fuel for our inner fire. By accepting and embracing whatever comes our way, we become resilient and adaptable. Life's challenges then become stepping stones to greatness, not hindrances. Love your fate, for it is uniquely yours, and use it to illuminate your path with wisdom and strength. 6. Overcoming obstacles, the path of progress. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This famous Stoic maxim encapsulates a powerful truth. Obstacles are not barriers, but pathways to growth. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that every challenge we face is an opportunity to improve. When we encounter difficulties, we can choose to see them as a chance to strengthen our character and deepen our understanding. This perspective shifts our focus from frustration to resilience. Embrace your obstacles, for they are the crucibles that forge your strength and wisdom. Each impediment is a lesson in disguise, guiding you toward greater heights of achievement and fulfillment. 7. Self-discipline, mastering oneself. True Stoicism demands rigorous self-discipline. Marcus Aurelius emphasized being strict with oneself while being tolerant of others. This principle is about mastering your own impulses, desires, and actions. It's not about controlling others, but about achieving personal excellence. Self-discipline is the foundation of a virtuous life. It allows you to pursue your goals with unwavering focus and integrity. By cultivating self-discipline, you build resilience against distractions and temptations. This inner mastery leads to a life of purpose and clarity. Be your own toughest critic and greatest ally. Through self-discipline, you carve out a path of personal greatness and ethical living. See, community and character, the greater good. The Stoics believed that our highest purpose is to serve the greater good. Marcus Aurelius taught that the fruit of life is good character and acts for the common good. This principle reminds us that our actions should contribute positively to our community and society. By focusing on the well-being of others, we cultivate a sense of purpose and fulfillment. Acts of kindness, justice, and service enrich our character and leave a lasting impact on those around us. Strive to be a force for good and let your character shine through your contributions. The legacy of a Stoic is measured by the positive change they bring to the world. 9. Essentialism. Focus on what matters. In a world full of distractions, it's easy to get caught up in trivial pursuits. Marcus Aurelius advises us to ask, is this essential? By doing so, we eliminate unnecessary activities and focus on what truly matters. This Stoic practice of essentialism allows us to channel our energy into meaningful endeavors. It's about doing fewer things, but doing them better. When we prioritize the essential, we enhance our productivity and satisfaction. Reflect on your daily tasks and commitments. Are they aligned with your values and goals? Strip away the non-essential and dedicate yourself to what genuinely enriches your life and the lives of others. 10. Using frustrations. Opportunities for virtue. People can be challenging, often becoming obstacles in our path. Marcus Aurelius teaches that these frustrations are opportunities to practice Stoic virtues like patience, forgiveness, and justice. Instead of resenting difficult people, use these encounters to refine your character. Each frustrating interaction is a chance to demonstrate your commitment to Stoic principles. By responding with virtue, you transform obstacles into opportunities for growth. This practice not only improves your relationships, but also strengthens your inner resolve. Embrace frustrations as lessons in disguise and let them guide you toward greater wisdom and compassion. Isn't memento mori. Embrace life's transience. Memento mori reminds us of our mortality. Life is fleeting and each moment is precious. Marcus Aurelius urges us to live as if each action were our last. This awareness of life's transience compels us to act with urgency and purpose. Cherish the present, make meaningful choices, and avoid postponing important tasks and relationships. By embracing the inevitability of death, we gain clarity on what truly matters. Live fully, love deeply, and leave no room for regrets. Memento Mori is not a morbid reflection, but a call to live authentically and vibrantly, honoring the impermanence of our existence. 12. Resilience through virtue, strength in adversity. Practicing virtues like patience, forgiveness, and adaptability builds resilience. Marcus Aurelius teaches that our true power lies in our ability to respond virtuously to life's challenges. Adversity is inevitable, but how we handle it defines our character. By embodying Stoic virtues, we fortify ourselves against the storms of life. This resilience allows us to navigate difficulties with grace and integrity. Each trial becomes a testament to our inner strength. Embrace virtue as your guiding principle, and let it lead you through adversity with unwavering resolve. In resilience, we find the essence of Stoic wisdom and the foundation of a fulfilled life. As you embark on your journey to integrate these Stoic principles into your daily life, remember that wisdom and virtue are cultivated through consistent practice. Marcus Aurelius's teachings offer a blueprint for living with purpose, resilience, and integrity. If you found these insights valuable, don't keep them to yourself. Share the wisdom. Like this video, subscribe to our channel, and join a community of individuals committed to personal growth and the pursuit of wisdom. Let's continue exploring these timeless principles together, transforming our lives and the world around us. Thank you for watching, and welcome to the path of the Stoic.
Here are 10 actionable Stoic-inspired strategies to free yourself from external validation and start living boldly. What if the key to a truly free and fulfilled life was just a shift in perspective? How often have you held back, sacrificed joy, or missed opportunities because you feared what they might think? That fear of judgment, that need for approval, it's like a chain keeping you stuck. Here's the truth. No one's opinion matters more than your own. This isn't just feel-good advice. It's a cornerstone of Stoicism. A philosophy that teaches freedom comes from mastering your mind and letting go of what's beyond your control, like others' fleeting opinions. If you're ready to step into your full potential, let's dive in. Your journey to freedom begins now. 1. Understand the dichotomy of control. Let me tell you a story about a friend of mine, Sarah. Sarah was always stressed about what her co-workers thought of her. If she wore a new outfit, she'd obsess over whether it was office appropriate. If she presented an idea in a meeting, she'd replay every word later, worrying if someone secretly disagreed. She spent so much energy chasing others' approval that she was constantly drained and deeply unhappy. One day, she shared her frustrations, and I asked her, "Sarah, who controls how they think about you?" She paused. "Well, they do." "Exactly," I said. "But who controls how you show up in that meeting or how you feel about that outfit?" She got it immediately. "I do." This is the dichotomy of control, a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It's simple but profound. Some things are within your control, and some aren't. Your thoughts, actions, and reactions, yours to command. The opinions of others, completely outside your jurisdiction. Why waste time and energy stressing about what you can't control? Think about it. If you spend every day chasing the approval of others, you're giving away your power. It's like running on a treadmill that never stops. No matter how fast you go, you'll never get anywhere. Here's a practical step. Take out a sheet of paper and draw 2 columns. Label one "in my control" and the other "out of my control." Write down a recent situation that's stressing you out and sort the details into those columns. Then focus only on what's in the first column. When Sarah started doing this, she stopped obsessing over what others thought and started focusing on doing her best work. The result? More confidence, less stress, and, ironically, more respect from her co-workers. When you master the dichotomy of control, you reclaim your freedom. Make the choice to focus on your lane, not theirs. That's how you win. 2. Detach from external validation. Let's talk about Michael. He was a rising entrepreneur, launching a new product that had potential to change his industry. But instead of focusing on the value his product brought to the table, Michael was consumed by one thing. What would people say? He agonized over every detail, fearing criticism and rejection. When someone gave him negative feedback, it hit him like a punch to the gut. This is the trap of external validation. You hand over your emotional well-being to others, allowing their opinions to dictate your self-worth. Stoicism teaches us that real value comes from within, from living virtuously, staying true to our purpose, and aligning with our principles, not from the fleeting approval of others. Epictetus said, "If you wish to improve, be content to appear clueless or stupid in extraneous matters." In other words, let people think what they want. Their judgment isn't a reflection of you, it's a reflection of them. Michael eventually shifted his mindset. Instead of worrying about what others thought, he focused on whether his actions aligned with his mission. Did he create the best product he could? Yes. Did he act with integrity? Absolutely. That became his benchmark for success, and it freed him to innovate without fear. Here's your action step. Identify one area in your life where you crave approval. Maybe it's at work, on social media, or in your relationships. Now ask yourself, am I doing this for me or for the applause? Then start shifting your focus inward. Celebrate progress based on your effort and alignment with your values, not the praise of others. Remember, seeking approval is like chasing the wind. You'll never catch it, and even if you do, it won't last. Focus on building a foundation that can't be shaken, your self-worth. 3. Practice negative visualization. Imagine this. You're walking into a party, excited to see friends and meet new people. But then it happens. That little voice in your head starts whispering, "What if no one likes you? What if you say something embarrassing?" Suddenly you're nervous, awkward, and totally disconnected. Sound familiar? This is where Stoic wisdom can change the game. The practice of negative visualization isn't about dwelling on worst-case scenarios. It's about imagining them so you can strip them of their power. The Stoics believed that fear of what could happen often paralyzes us more than the reality itself. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Do not be disturbed by the opinion of others, for if they are wrong, they need instruction. If they are right, you need to learn." In other words, what's the worst that could happen? Someone doesn't like your outfit. A joke doesn't land. Life goes on. Let me share a quick story. Anna was preparing for a big presentation, terrified she'd mess up and be judged. I asked her, "What's the absolute worst thing that could happen?" She laughed nervously and said, "I could forget my lines and look stupid." "Okay, then what?" I pressed. "Well, I guess I'd apologize, laugh it off, and keep going." Exactly. By walking through her fear, Anna realized it wasn't nearly as scary as she'd built it up to be. Here's your action step. Think of a situation where fear of judgment is holding you back. Imagine the worst-case scenario in detail. Then ask yourself, what's the worst thing that could realistically happen? Can I handle it? Most of the time, the answer is yes. Negative visualization turns fear into a challenge you can conquer. Face it head-on and watch your confidence soar. 4. Adopt the view from above. Picture this. You're stuck in traffic, late for an important meeting. Frustration builds as every minute ticks by, and you start spiraling. What will my boss think? Will this ruin my reputation? But then, imagine you're in a plane thousands of feet above, looking down at the same traffic. From that altitude, the cars are tiny dots, and the chaos you felt earlier seems insignificant. This shift in perspective is what Stoics call the view from above. By zooming out, you see how small most problems and opinions really are in the grand scheme of things. Marcus Aurelius frequently meditated on this idea, reminding himself to look at life from a higher vantage point. Consider the vastness of time and space and the smallness of our lives within it. Now, let's apply this to caring about others' opinions. Imagine you're nervous about speaking up in a meeting, fearing judgment, but from the view from above, those opinions are fleeting. A week, a month, or even a year from now, will anyone even remember what you said? Probably not. And if they do, will it really matter? Not likely. Here's a story. My client David was terrified of launching a podcast. He feared people would judge his voice, his ideas, or his credibility. I challenged him to take the view from above. Zoom out, I said. What will this mean in 10 years? If the podcast flops, what's the real impact? He laughed and admitted it wouldn't be a big deal. With that perspective, he launched, and today, his podcast is thriving. Action step. Next time you're overwhelmed by others' opinions, take a moment to meditate on the vastness of the universe. Imagine yourself as a tiny speck in an endless cosmos. Feel the weight of those judgments shrink and fade. The view from above isn't just philosophy, it's power. It reminds you to focus on what truly matters and let go of what doesn't. 5. Embrace impermanence. Let me ask you this. Do you remember the last time someone criticized you harshly? Maybe it was a snide remark from a co-worker or an offhand comment from a friend. Now, think about how much that moment consumed your mind back then. But here's the real question. Does it still matter now? Chances are it doesn't. That's because opinions, like all things, are fleeting. Stoicism teaches us to embrace impermanence, the understanding that nothing lasts forever. Marcus Aurelius captured this wisdom beautifully when he wrote, "Everything we see will quickly perish, and those who see it will perish too." This isn't meant to depress you, it's meant to free you. The judgment you fear today will fade with time, just like the countless worries you've faced before. Here's a story. Claire was a young artist who stopped sharing her work after a few harsh critiques online. She obsessed over the negative comments, letting them overshadow her love for creating. When I asked her to reflect on those comments a year later, she couldn't even remember the details. Why let something so temporary stop you from doing what you love? I asked. She realized she had given power to something that had already faded into the past. Action step. Think about a time you felt judged or criticized. How much does it matter to you today? Now remind yourself that today's challenges will fade just as quickly. Journaling on this regularly can reinforce your understanding of impermanence. When you embrace the fleeting nature of others' opinions, you stop giving them more weight than they deserve. Life is short, too short to let transient judgments hold you back. Focus on what truly matters and let the rest slip away like sand through your fingers. 6. Live according to your values. Imagine waking up every day with a clear sense of purpose, knowing that your actions align with who you truly are. You're not worrying about impressing others or chasing their approval because you're grounded in your own principles. That's the power of living according to your values. One of the greatest lessons Stoicism teaches is this: your values are your compass. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." In other words, don't let the noise of others' opinions distract you from living authentically. The more aligned you are with your core values, the less you'll care about what others think. Let's look at John, a corporate executive. He used to make decisions based on what would gain him praise from his peers and superiors. But deep down, he felt like a fraud. because his actions didn't align with his personal beliefs about honesty and integrity. When he finally decided to prioritize his values over external validation, something amazing happened. He felt freer, more confident, and more respected, not because he chased approval, but because people could see he was genuinely himself. Action. Step. Take 10 minutes today to write down your top 3 values. Ask yourself, are my daily actions aligned with these values? If not, what changes can I make to bring my actions closer to my principles? Living according to your values isn't just empowering, it's liberating. When you know you're acting in alignment with your principles, others' opinions lose their grip on you. You're no longer swayed by the wind of approval or disapproval. Instead, you're standing firm, anchored in the foundation of who you truly are. And that, my friend, is the ultimate freedom. 7. Develop inner fortitude. Think about the strongest people you know, not physically, but emotionally and mentally. What sets them apart? It's not that they never face criticism or judgment, it's that they don't let it break them. They've developed a resilience, a kind of inner fortitude that shields them from being shaken by external opinions. Stoicism teaches us that true strength comes from within. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you cultivate discipline, focus, and mental toughness, you become unshakable. Opinions no longer control you because you've built an internal foundation that's stronger than the external noise. Let me share a story. Maria was a young athlete constantly worried about how others viewed her performance. One day her coach said, "Maria, stop playing to the crowd. Play for yourself. Focus on what you can control, your effort, your attitude, your growth." She took that advice to heart and started training harder, focusing solely on improving herself. As her inner confidence grew, her fear of judgment melted away. Eventually, she became a leader on the team, not because she chased validation, but because she embodied strength and self-discipline. Action step. Start small. Pick one daily habit that will challenge you and build your resilience. It could be waking up earlier, sticking to a fitness routine, or journaling about your emotions. Commit to it consistently, even when it's hard. As you develop inner fortitude, you'll find that external opinions matter less and less. You'll stop seeking approval and start standing firm in your own beliefs. Strength isn't something you're born with. It's something you build, one step at a time. When you master this, you'll stop worrying about what others think and start living life on your terms. 8. Practice indifference, amor fati. Imagine being so at peace with life that no amount of criticism, judgment, or negativity can shake you. This isn't some unattainable fantasy. It's the Stoic principle of indifference, or what they call amor fati, love of fate. It's the art of accepting everything that happens, including criticism, as neutral or even beneficial. The Stoics believed that events and opinions are not inherently good or bad. It's our judgment of them that creates suffering. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." When you embrace indifference, you stop letting others' opinions control your happiness. Criticism becomes just another fact of life, like rain on a cloudy day. You don't curse the rain, you simply accept it and move forward. Take James, for example. He was a writer who dreaded negative reviews. Every time someone criticized his work, he'd spiral into self-doubt. But after studying Stoicism, he started reframing criticism. Instead of seeing it as an attack, he saw it as an opportunity to improve, or simply ignored it if it wasn't constructive. By embracing amor fati, he found freedom. He wrote boldly, unapologetically, and his work flourished. Action step. Think about a recent criticism or judgment you've received. Ask yourself, is this something I can learn from? If yes, take the lesson. If no, let it go. Repeat this mantra: I am indifferent to what I cannot control. When you practice indifference, you reclaim your power. Criticism and judgment no longer define your worth. Instead, they become background noise, a natural part of life that you accept and move beyond. This mindset doesn't just make you stronger, it makes you unstoppable. Embrace amor fati and watch how your world transforms. 1. Limit exposure to negative influences. You've heard the saying, you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. The truth is, your environment plays a massive role in shaping your thoughts, emotions, and even your self-worth. If you surround yourself with overly critical, judgmental, or toxic people, it's no wonder their opinions weigh heavily on you. The Stoics were very intentional about their associations. Seneca wrote, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you. Welcome those whom you yourself can improve." In other words, choose your circle wisely. If your life is filled with people who constantly tear you down or make you question your worth, it's time to reevaluate who deserves your energy. Consider Rachel, a talented designer who worked in a toxic office environment. Every idea she pitched was met with skepticism, and every success was downplayed. She began to internalize their negativity and doubted her abilities. When she finally left that environment and joined a supportive team, everything changed. She thrived, not because she needed approval, but because she wasn't constantly fighting against toxic energy. Action step: audit your social circle and environment. Make a list of the people or situations that drain you emotionally or amplify your insecurities. Then, create a plan to limit your exposure to these influences. If you can't cut ties completely, set firm boundaries to protect your mental space. On the flip side, seek out people who inspire, challenge, and support you. Spend time with those who encourage growth and celebrate your authentic self. Remember, your time and energy are precious. Don't waste them on negativity. By consciously curating your environment, you'll feel lighter, more confident, and less burdened by others' opinions. That's how you take back control. 10. Reflect on mortality. Let's get real. Life is short. The Stoics were masters of embracing this truth, not as something to fear, but as a powerful motivator to focus on what truly matters. They practiced memento mori, which means remember you will die. This isn't morbid, it's liberating. When you realize how fleeting life is, you stop wasting time on things that don't matter, like worrying about what others think. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." Think about that. If this were your last day on earth, would you really care about a random person's opinion of your hairstyle, your presentation, or your social media post? Of course not. You'd focus on what truly matters, your loved ones, your purpose, and living authentically. Take Tom, for example. He spent years chasing approval in his corporate job, sacrificing his dreams of starting a business. When a health scare forced him to confront his mortality, he realized how much time he'd wasted worrying about things that didn't matter. That wake-up call changed everything. He left his job, launched his business, and never looked back. Today, he says the best decision he ever made was to stop letting fear of judgment hold him back. Action step. Write down 3 things you would do differently if you only had a year left to live. Are you holding back because you're afraid of what others might think? Start taking small steps toward those changes today. When you reflect on mortality, you gain clarity. Life is too precious and too short to be lived according to someone else's expectations. Focus on what truly matters to you and let the rest go. In the end, what will you regret more? Doing what others wanted or living the life you were meant to live? Stopping the fear of what others think isn't just about reducing stress, it's about reclaiming your life. By applying these 10 Stoic strategies, you can build confidence, resilience, and inner peace to live authentically. Others' opinions are fleeting, but staying true to your values defines who you are. Which of these strategies resonated most with you? Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear them. If this video helped, hit like, subscribe for more personal growth content, and share it with someone who needs a little Stoic wisdom. Thank you for watching. Remember, you have the power to live life on your terms. Let's make it happen. See you next time.
In today's world, many men struggle to understand what truly attracts women. We're often told it's about looks, wealth, or saying the right things. But what if the secret to winning her heart lies not in impressing her, but in mastering ourselves? This video dives into the timeless principles of Stoicism and shows how self-mastery, emotional strength, and authentic presence are what truly make a man attractive. Forget about pick-up lines and flashy gestures. Here, you'll discover how to cultivate the inner qualities that naturally draw women in. Ready to learn the Stoic approach to lasting attraction? Let's get started. 1. Stop chasing. Start attracting. I used to think that getting someone's attention meant going above and beyond. Flowers, fancy dinners, trying to impress her with everything I did. But over time, I realized that the more I chased, the less I attracted. The harder I tried to show I was the perfect guy, the less interested she became. It was confusing and frustrating because I thought I was doing everything right. But the problem wasn't what I was doing. It was why I was doing it. When I finally understood that confidence isn't about chasing, but about standing still and letting others come to you, things changed. I stopped focusing on her reactions and started focusing on being happy with myself, regardless of anyone else's opinions. It was liberating. I noticed people, not just women, started responding to me differently. I didn't need to constantly try to please them. The more grounded and comfortable I became with myself, the more naturally attractive I felt, and that drew others in. Now, when I meet someone I like, I no longer obsess over winning her. I show interest, yes, but I don't need to force it. I don't need to impress her every second. I'm happy just being myself. It's amazing to see how this simple shift, from chasing to attracting, has changed my relationships. The energy is different. I feel more at ease, more present, and ultimately much more attractive. And the best part? I'm not losing myself trying to gain someone else's approval. 2. The power of consistency and reliability. One thing I've learned in life is that words are only half the story. Actions, especially consistent actions, are what truly define who we are. When I started being more intentional with reliability, everything changed. I used to be the guy who would say, "I'll be there," and then if something more exciting came up, I'd bail or arrive late. But over time, I realized that this wasn't just annoying to others. It made me feel disconnected and untrustworthy. Becoming reliable isn't just about being dependable for others. It's about developing personal integrity. When I say I'll do something, I follow through, no matter how small or large the commitment. This includes little things like being on time, following up on conversations, or even just being present when I'm with someone. Consistency shows that I care, and it builds trust in a way that words alone never could. What surprised me most was the impact it had on my relationships. People appreciate dependability more than grand gestures, I found. Whether it's friends, family, or a romantic partner, showing up when you say you will, keeping promises and being the same person each time they see you, strengthens bonds more than any big moment.
ever could. And ultimately, I feel better about myself because I know I'm being true to my word. Consistency isn't flashy, but it speaks volumes. Being reliable is a subtle yet powerful way to show someone they can count on me, and there's a deep sense of pride in that. 3. Self-mastery over external impressing. There was a time when I thought that if I looked right, acted right, and said the perfect things, people would be impressed, and I'd feel better about myself. But trying to keep up with external expectations left me exhausted and frustrated. It was like constantly performing, and no matter how well I played the part, I didn't feel fulfilled or genuinely happy. This approach wasn't working because it was all about the outside, trying to change what others thought of me without addressing how I felt about myself. When I discovered Stoic philosophy, everything changed. I started shifting my focus from controlling others' perceptions to controlling my own thoughts and reactions. The biggest lesson: true confidence comes from mastering myself, not from trying to impress anyone else. As I became more centered, I noticed that people began to respond differently. They were drawn to the calm and confidence I projected naturally. Self-mastery has freed me from needing validation from others. I stopped worrying about impressing anyone and started working on being the best version of myself. Now, I don't need anyone's approval to feel good about who I am, and that inner peace is something others naturally notice. It turns out, the less I cared about impressing others, the more they seemed impressed with me. It's ironic, but true. When you master yourself, you gain a quiet confidence that makes an impression far deeper than any flashy gesture ever could. 4. Use authentic compliments and gestures. I used to think compliments were all about saying someone looked good or paying attention to obvious qualities, but I quickly realized this was superficial and had little impact. Most people can see right through a hollow compliment. It's easy to say, "You look great," or "You're so beautiful," but these statements are often so overused that they hardly feel special anymore. That's when I began paying attention to more meaningful details. When I meet someone I'm interested in, I focus on who they are rather than just how they look. If she's passionate about her job or a hobby, I let her know that I respect her dedication or admire her intelligence. This shift has made conversations feel richer, and people genuinely appreciate that I notice things about them beyond the surface. One of my favorite ways to connect is to remember small details. If she mentions a favorite author or something she's going through, I'll bring it up later, maybe even surprise her with a book or ask her how things are going. These small gestures go a long way because they show I'm actually listening and that I care. There's no need for grand gestures or over-the-top compliments. Authenticity and attentiveness have become my superpowers in relationships, allowing me to connect with people on a deeper level. I find this approach more fulfilling, and it often leaves a lasting impression that superficial flattery never could. 5. Handle rejection calmly. No one enjoys rejection, and for the longest time I struggled with it. I'd overthink every little interaction, wondering what I did wrong or what I could have done differently. But then I realized that taking rejection personally was only holding me back. Stoicism taught me a different approach, to see rejection as a part of life that I don't have to take personally. When I started seeing rejection through this lens, I felt liberated. I realized I couldn't control how others felt or responded. All I could control was how I reacted. So, instead of obsessing over why someone wasn't interested, I began focusing on what I learned from each experience and how I could grow. Rejection no longer felt like a failure. It became an opportunity to build resilience and self-awareness. Now, if things don't go my way, or if someone isn't interested, I stay calm and composed. This mindset has made me more confident and less afraid to put myself out there. Ironically, handling rejection gracefully has made me more attractive because I don't let disappointment control me. I'm not desperate or anxious. I'm just focused on being my best self. And that calm confidence? It's something people notice. Stoicism has taught me to see rejection as just another experience, not a measure of my worth. And that has been life-changing. 6. Emotional detachment for inner peace. There was a time when I was overly attached to outcomes, especially in relationships. I'd get anxious over every little thing, a delayed text or an uncertain answer, and let it affect my mood and self-esteem. But this wasn't sustainable, and it definitely wasn't making me happy. That's when I discovered the power of emotional detachment, a concept that's central to Stoicism. Emotional detachment doesn't mean being cold or indifferent. For me, it means not letting my happiness hinge on someone else's actions. If someone likes me or doesn't, I'm okay either way, because my self-worth isn't tied to their validation. This shift has brought me a sense of inner peace that's incredibly freeing. I can enjoy people's company without the need for reassurance, and I can let go when things aren't meant to be without feeling devastated. Now, I'm more present and authentic in relationships because I'm not anxiously waiting for someone else's validation. This approach has allowed me to enjoy relationships for what they are, without needing them to be something they're not. Emotional detachment isn't about giving up on love or connection. It's about finding peace within myself, so I can be genuinely open to others without fear or desperation. This mindset not only brings calm to my life, but makes me more appealing because I'm not weighed down by expectations. 7. Apply Stoicism. When I first encountered Stoicism, I was a bit skeptical. How could an ancient philosophy help me with modern-day relationships? But as I started to understand the core principles, focusing on what I can control and letting go of what I can't, I saw its transformative power. It taught me that real strength comes from within, not from external validation. Now, I don't get rattled by little things that once bothered me. If someone cancels a plan or doesn't respond to my message right away, I'm fine, because I've learned to control my own reactions. This mindset shift has made me calmer and more resilient. I don't need constant reassurance from others because I'm confident in myself. Stoicism has become a grounding force in my life, allowing me to stay balanced even when things get chaotic. I'm not chasing after anyone's approval, and I'm not bending over backward to make things work. Instead, I'm present, stable, and genuinely content. This has not only improved my relationships, but has also given me a peace of mind that I never had before. Stoicism isn't just a philosophy. It's a way of living that helps me show up as my best self in every situation. 8. Strong body language. One day, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, and it hit me. My body language was saying something entirely different from what I wanted to project. I realized I was often slouched, fidgeting, or avoiding eye contact when I was nervous. That's when I decided to focus on my body language, because I wanted to project confidence, not insecurity. Now, whenever I enter a room, I take a moment to stand tall, relax my shoulders, and make eye contact. I've learned that body language is a huge part of how others perceive us. Even when I'm not feeling super confident, I can control how I present myself physically. Holding eye contact and moving deliberately has a powerful effect. It not only makes me feel more in control, but also makes others view me as confident and self-assured. Mastering my body language has improved my self-confidence immensely. I no longer feel like I'm trying to hide or make myself smaller. Instead, I own my space, and that subtle shift in posture and eye contact speaks volumes. I've realized that confidence isn't just about what you say. It's about how you show up in every moment. Body language is a silent yet powerful communicator, and now I use it to convey calm strength. 9. Focus on personal growth and purpose. I used to think relationships were the ultimate goal, the thing that would make me feel complete. But over time, I realized that true fulfillment comes from within, from personal growth and having a clear sense of purpose. Now, I invest my energy into becoming the best version of myself, and this has changed everything. Pursuing my interests, working on my goals, and building a life I'm proud of have given me a sense of purpose and direction that I used to seek from others. And the surprising thing, this focus on personal growth has made me more attractive to others because people are naturally drawn to someone who's passionate and driven. I'm no longer seeking validation through relationships. Instead, I'm inviting people into a life that's already fulfilling. Having a purpose gives me a sense of stability that allows me to approach relationships differently. I'm not looking for someone to complete me because I'm already whole. I've realized that the best relationships come from two people who are already content with themselves, and that's exactly the kind of relationship I now attract. Personal growth isn't just about bettering myself, it's about creating a life that others want to be part of. 10. Be true to yourself. In my early dating days, I spent a lot of time trying to be who I thought others wanted me to be. I'd change my style, my interests, even my opinions just to fit in or make someone like me more. But pretending to be someone else left me feeling disconnected and frustrated because I wasn't being true to myself. Eventually, I realized that authenticity is more powerful than any facade. Being true to myself means embracing who I am, my strengths, my quirks, even my flaws. I've learned that the right person will appreciate me for who I am, not who I pretend to be. Now, instead of trying to mold myself into someone else's idea of perfect, I focus on being the best version of my true self. Staying true to myself has been empowering. I don't feel pressured to act a certain way, and I no longer stress about whether someone likes me. I know that I'm enough as I am, and that sense of self-worth shines through. Authenticity is magnetic. When you're genuinely yourself, you attract people who appreciate you. Being true to myself has not only improved my relationships, but has also brought me peace. After all, the most important relationship I have is with myself. In closing, remember that the key to real attraction isn't about gimmicks or playing games. It's about building a strong foundation within yourself. By embracing Stoic principles, mastering your emotions, and showing up authentically, you'll naturally become the kind of person others are drawn to. When you invest in becoming the best version of yourself, the right people will be drawn to you without effort. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more insights on relationships and self-mastery. And don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear your perspective on how Stoicism has impacted your journey. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
In the pursuit of personal growth, we often focus on adding new habits and skills, but eliminating elements that no longer serve us is equally important. This video explores 20 suggestions for things to quietly eliminate from your life to enable significant personal growth. These suggestions encompass various areas, from maintaining discretion in personal matters to shifting focus inward, promoting positivity, and embracing change. Throughout this video, we will delve into each suggestion, exploring their importance and offering practical strategies for implementation. We will examine how maintaining privacy, shifting focus inward, pursuing authentic growth, promoting positivity, and embracing change can lead to a more purposeful and fulfilling life. The journey of personal growth is ongoing and requires continuous self-reflection and improvement. By quietly eliminating what no longer serves us, we create space to pursue our highest potential and live an authentic life. In the following sections, we will explore each suggestion in greater depth, providing insights and practical advice for those embarking on their own journey of personal transformation. Maintaining discretion and privacy. 1. Don't feel the need to explain yourself to those who hurt you. One of the most liberating things you can do for your personal growth is to stop feeling the need to explain yourself to those who have hurt you. When we experience pain or mistreatment from others, it's natural to want to seek justification or closure. However, engaging in this pursuit can often lead to further frustration and emotional turmoil. The power of calm, dignified disengagement cannot be overstated. By choosing to move on without seeking explanations or apologies, you reclaim your energy and focus, redirecting it towards your own healing and growth. This doesn't mean that you ignore or suppress your feelings. Rather, it means processing them internally and with trusted support systems, rather than exposing yourself to further hurt. Learning to let go of the need for external validation or understanding is a crucial step in developing emotional resilience and self-assurance. It allows you to prioritize your own well-being and make decisions based on your values and goals, rather than being swayed by the opinions or actions of others. 2. Don't share intimate details about the end of friendships or relationships. In the age of social media and oversharing, it can be tempting to broadcast the details of our personal lives, especially when it comes to the end of significant friendships or relationships. However, maintaining privacy and discretion during these times is essential for our emotional well-being and personal growth. The value of private reflection and introspection cannot be underestimated. When we process the end of a relationship privately, we give ourselves the space to feel our emotions fully, without the added pressure of external opinions or judgments. This allows us to gain clarity, learn from the experience, and move forward with greater self-awareness and wisdom. Moreover, sharing intimate details about the end of a relationship can often lead to further complications and emotional entanglements. It can create a cycle of gossip, speculation, and take sides, which can be damaging to all parties involved. By choosing to keep these matters private, you demonstrate respect for yourself and others and create a safe space for healing and growth. 3. Control displays of anger and frustration in front of others. Anger and frustration are natural human emotions, but when expressed in uncontrolled ways, they can have serious consequences for our personal and professional relationships. Learning to manage these emotions and control our displays of anger in front of others is a crucial aspect of personal growth and emotional intelligence. The impact of emotional outbursts on our relationships cannot be overstated. When we lash out at others or express our frustration in aggressive ways, we risk damaging trust, respect, and rapport. This can lead to a breakdown in communication, collaboration, and even opportunities for growth and advancement. Instead of allowing anger to control our actions, it's important to develop strategies for redirecting that emotional energy in more productive ways. This might involve taking a few deep breaths, stepping away from the situation to regain composure, or finding healthy outlets for expressing our feelings, such as exercise, journaling, or creative pursuits. By learning to control our displays of anger and frustration, we demonstrate emotional maturity, professionalism, and the ability to handle challenging situations with grace and diplomacy. This not only benefits our relationships, but also our own mental and emotional well-being. 4. Avoid sharing negative judgments about others. In our daily interactions, it can be all too easy to slip into the habit of sharing negative judgments about others. Whether it's gossiping about a coworker, criticizing a friend's choices, or making snide comments about a public figure, these negative judgments can have a detrimental impact on our personal growth and relationships. The importance of diplomacy and tact in social interactions cannot be overstated. When we express negative opinions about others, we risk creating an atmosphere of hostility, mistrust, and division. This can lead to damaged relationships, lost opportunities, and a general sense of negativity that permeates our lives. On the other hand, when we choose to rise above negativity and maintain a positive outlook, we create a more supportive and uplifting environment for ourselves and those around us. This doesn't mean that we ignore or condone bad behavior, but rather that we approach these situations with empathy, understanding, and a focus on finding solutions rather than placing blame. By avoiding the sharing of negative judgments, we also demonstrate integrity, compassion, and the ability to see beyond surface-level impressions. This can lead to deeper, more meaningful relationships, as well as greater opportunities for personal and professional growth. In summary, maintaining discretion and privacy in our personal lives, controlling displays of anger and frustration, and avoiding negative judgments about others are all crucial aspects of personal growth and emotional well-being. By implementing these suggestions, we create a foundation of trust, respect, and positivity that allows us to thrive in all areas of our lives. Be shifting focus inward. 5. Stop constantly comparing yourself to others. One of the most significant barriers to personal growth and self-acceptance is the habit of constantly comparing ourselves to others. In our modern society, where social media and advertising bombard us with idealized images of success, beauty, and happiness, it's easy to fall into the trap of measuring our worth against external standards. The dangers of comparison are well documented. When we focus on how we stack up against others, we often neglect our own unique strengths, talents, and values. This can lead to feelings of inadequacy, low self-esteem, and even depression. Moreover, comparing ourselves to others is often an unfair and unrealistic practice, as we rarely have a complete picture of someone else's life or struggles. To overcome this habit, it's crucial to shift our focus inward and prioritize our own journey and growth. This means setting goals and standards that are authentic to our own desires and values, rather than based on the expectations or achievements of others. It means celebrating our own progress and accomplishments, no matter how small, and practicing self-compassion when we face setbacks or challenges. By learning to focus on our own path, we cultivate a sense of intrinsic motivation and purpose. We become more attuned to our own needs, desires, and passions, and less swayed by external validation or approval. This, in turn, leads to greater self-awareness, resilience, and the ability to navigate life's challenges with confidence and grace. 6. Limit time on social media. In today's digital age, social media has become an integral part of our daily lives. While these platforms can provide valuable opportunities for connection, learning, and self-expression, excessive use can also have negative effects on our mental health and personal growth. One of the main dangers of social media is its tendency to promote unrealistic comparisons and idealized versions of reality. When we spend too much time scrolling through curated feeds of perfect bodies, lavish lifestyles, and seemingly effortless success, we can easily fall into the trap of feeling inadequate or dissatisfied with our own lives. Moreover, excessive social media use can lead to a host of other mental health concerns, such as anxiety, depression, and addiction. It can also interfere with our ability to be present and engaged in our real-life relationships and experiences, leading to a sense of disconnection and isolation. To mitigate these negative effects, it's important to develop strategies for using social media purposefully and mindfully. This might involve setting clear boundaries around when and how often we check our feeds, unfollowing accounts that consistently trigger negative emotions, and being intentional about the content we consume and share. By limiting our time on social media and using it in a way that supports our values and goals, we create space for more authentic self-expression, connection, and personal growth. We become less reliant on external validation and more attuned to our own inner wisdom and sense of purpose. 7. Let go of the constant pursuit of external approval. From a young age, many of us are conditioned to seek external approval and validation as a measure of our worth and success. Whether it's striving for good grades, seeking praise from our parents or teachers, or trying to fit in with our peers, the pursuit of external approval can become a driving force in our lives. While recognition and support from others can be valuable and affirming, an over-reliance on external validation can also be detrimental to our personal growth and well-being. When we constantly seek approval from others, we risk losing touch with our own authentic desires, values, and sense of self. We may make choices based on what we think will please others, rather than what truly aligns with our own goals and passions. Moreover, the constant pursuit of external approval can lead to a sense of insecurity and instability, as our self-worth becomes contingent on the opinions and reactions of others. This can create a vicious cycle of people-pleasing, self-doubt, and fear of failure, which ultimately hinders our ability to grow and thrive. To break free from this pattern, it's essential to cultivate a strong sense of inner validation and self-acceptance. This means learning to trust our own instincts, values, and decisions, even if they don't always align with the expectations or approval of others. It means practicing self-compassion and self-love, and recognizing that our worth is inherent and unconditional, not dependent on external achievements or accolades. By letting go of the constant pursuit of external approval, we create space for a more authentic and fulfilling life. We become more confident in our own choices and more resilient in the face of challenges or criticism. We learn to value our own growth and well-being above the opinions of others, and to trust in the unique path that aligns with our deepest desires and values. 8. Release unrealistic expectations of perfection for yourself and others. Perfectionism is a common trap that many of us fall into, often without realizing it. Whether it's striving for flawless performance at work, maintaining an immaculate home, or expecting ourselves and others to always say and do the right thing, the pursuit of perfection can be a heavy burden to bear. The dangers of perfectionism are well documented. When we set unrealistically high standards for ourselves and others, we create a breeding ground for stress, anxiety, and feelings of inadequacy. We may become paralyzed by the fear of making mistakes or falling short, leading to procrastination, avoidance, and missed opportunities for growth and learning. Moreover, perfectionism can strain our relationships and lead to a lack of empathy and understanding for others. When we expect perfection from those around us, we risk creating an atmosphere of judgment, criticism, and resentment, rather than one of support, collaboration, and growth. To overcome the pitfalls of perfectionism, it's important to reframe our expectations and focus on progress rather than perfection. This means setting achievable goals that challenge us to grow and improve, while also allowing room for mistakes, setbacks, and learning. It means celebrating our efforts and accomplishments, no matter how small, and practicing self-compassion when we inevitably fall short of our ideals. By releasing unrealistic expectations of perfection, we create a more nurturing and supportive environment for ourselves and others. We learn to embrace the beauty and growth that come from imperfection, and to approach challenges with curiosity, resilience, and a willingness to learn. We become more accepting of ourselves and others, and more attuned to the process of growth and development, rather than fixating on a narrow definition of success. In summary, shifting our focus inward by stopping constant comparisons, limiting social media use, letting go of the pursuit of external approval, and releasing unrealistic expectations of perfection are all crucial aspects of personal growth and well-being. By implementing these suggestions, we create a foundation of self-awareness, self-acceptance, and inner strength that allows us to navigate life's challenges with greater ease and fulfillment. See pursuing personal growth authentically. 9. Abandon unnecessary goals that don't align with your true path. In the pursuit of personal growth, it's easy to become sidetracked by goals and aspirations that don't truly align with our authentic selves. These may be goals that we've inherited from our families, society, or cultural expectations, rather than those that stem from our own deep desires and values. For example, someone may feel pressured to pursue a high-paying career in a field they don't genuinely enjoy, simply because it's what their parents or peers expect of them. Or someone may set a goal to achieve a certain body, type, or lifestyle, based on images they see in the media rather than what feels healthy and authentic to them. The importance of identifying and pursuing our authentic passions cannot be overstated. When we set goals that are truly aligned with our values, strengths, and desires, we tap into a deep well of motivation, resilience, and fulfillment. We're more likely to persevere in the face of challenges and to find joy and meaning in the process of growth and achievement. To identify our authentic goals, it's important to cultivate a practice of self-reflection and introspection. This might involve journaling, meditation, or simply taking time to sit with ourselves and ask deep questions about what we truly want and value. It may also involve seeking out new experiences and perspectives that challenge our assumptions and broaden our horizons. As we gain clarity on our authentic path, it's equally important to proceed with discretion and avoid the influence of others' expectations. This means learning to trust our own instincts and judgments, even if they don't align with the conventional wisdom or advice of others. It means being willing to take risks, to chart our own course, and to let go of goals or pursuits that no longer serve our deepest desires and values. For instance, someone may decide to leave a lucrative but unfulfilling career to pursue a passion for teaching or social work, even if it means taking a pay cut or facing disapproval from family or friends. Or someone may choose to prioritize their mental health and well-being over achieving a certain level of success or status, recognizing that true fulfillment comes from within. By abandoning unnecessary goals and aligning ourselves with our authentic path, we create a foundation for deep, lasting personal growth. We become more resilient, adaptable, and capable of navigating life's challenges with grace and purpose. We find greater meaning, satisfaction, and joy in our pursuits and inspire others to do the same. 10. Procrastination and avoidance. Procrastination and avoidance are common obstacles to personal growth and success. When we consistently put off important tasks, decisions, or conversations, we create a cycle of stress, guilt, and missed opportunities that can hold us back from reaching our full potential. The negative impact of procrastination can manifest in many areas of our lives. For example, a student who consistently procrastinates on studying or completing assignments may struggle to keep up with coursework, leading to lower grades and increased anxiety. An entrepreneur who avoids making important decisions or taking calculated risks may miss out on opportunities for growth and innovation. A couple who puts off having difficult conversations about their relationship may allow resentment and disconnection to fester, eroding the foundation of their partnership. To overcome procrastination and avoidance, it's important to develop strategies for recognizing and managing these tendencies. This might involve breaking down large tasks into smaller, more manageable steps, setting clear deadlines and accountability measures, or seeking support and encouragement from others. For instance, someone who struggles with procrastination on a large project at work might create a detailed timeline with specific milestones and check-ins, and enlist the help of a colleague or mentor to hold them accountable. Or someone who tends to avoid difficult conversations with loved ones might practice assertive communication techniques, such as using I statements and active listening, to build confidence and reduce anxiety around these interactions. It's also crucial to recognize that procrastination and avoidance often stem from deeper emotions, such as fear of failure, perfectionism, or low self-worth. By exploring and addressing these underlying issues, we can develop greater self-awareness and resilience in the face of challenges. For example, someone who procrastinates on pursuing a new career path out of fear of failure might work with a therapist or coach to build self-confidence and reframe their relationship with risk and uncertainty. Or someone who avoids setting boundaries with others out of a desire to please or avoid conflict might practice self-compassion and assertiveness, recognizing that their needs and well-being are valid and important. Ultimately, overcoming procrastination and avoidance requires a commitment to taking action, even in the face of discomfort or uncertainty. By developing strategies for managing these tendencies and building self-awareness and resilience, we create a foundation for lasting personal growth and success. 11. Unhealthy habits and self-sabotage. Unhealthy habits and self-sabotaging behaviors can be significant barriers to personal growth and well-being. These patterns can take many forms, such as poor sleep habits, unhealthy eating, negative self-talk, or engaging in activities that undermine our goals and values. For example, someone may turn to alcohol or drugs to cope with stress or anxiety, rather than developing healthy coping mechanisms such as exercise, meditation, or therapy. Or someone may repeatedly enter into toxic relationships or work environments, despite recognizing the negative impact on their mental and emotional well-being. The first step in overcoming unhealthy habits and self-sabotage is to identify the specific patterns and behaviors that are holding us back. This requires a willingness to be honest with ourselves, to look closely at our thoughts, emotions, and actions, and to recognize the ways in which we may be undermining our own growth and happiness. For instance, someone who struggles with negative self-talk might start by simply noticing the specific thoughts and beliefs that arise in challenging situations, such as, "I'm not good enough," or "I'll never be able to do this." By bringing awareness to these patterns, we create space for change and growth. The next step is to replace unhealthy habits with nourishing alternatives. This might involve developing a consistent sleep routine, finding healthy ways to manage stress and emotions, or seeking out supportive relationships and environments that align with our values and goals. For example, someone who tends to cope with anxiety by overeating might explore alternative coping strategies, such as deep breathing exercises, journaling, or talking with a trusted friend or therapist. Or someone who struggles with procrastination might experiment with time management techniques, such as the Pomodoro method or time blocking, to create structure and accountability in their daily routine. It's important to approach this process with compassion and patience, recognizing that changing deep-seated habits and patterns takes time and practice. It's also helpful to enlist the support of others, whether that's a therapist, coach, or trusted friend or family member, to provide encouragement, accountability, and guidance along the way. Ultimately, overcoming unhealthy habits and self-sabotage requires a commitment to self-awareness, self-care, and personal growth. By identifying the specific patterns that hold us back, replacing them with nourishing alternatives, and seeking out support and resources, we create a foundation for lasting change and transformation. 12. The need to always be right. The need to always be right is a common trap that can hinder personal growth and damage relationships. When we become overly attached to our own opinions, beliefs, and ways of doing things, we risk closing ourselves off to new perspectives, ideas, and opportunities for learning and connection. This pattern can manifest in many ways, such as arguing with others, even when it's not necessary or productive, refusing to admit when we're wrong or have made a mistake, or dismissing or invalidating the experiences and viewpoints of others. The value of humility and open-mindedness in personal growth cannot be overstated. When we cultivate a willingness to listen, learn, and consider other perspectives, we expand our own understanding of the world and ourselves. We become more adaptable, resilient, and capable of navigating complex challenges and relationships. To develop greater humility and open-mindedness, it's important to practice active listening and empathy. This means setting aside our own agendas and opinions temporarily and focusing on understanding and validating the experiences and perspectives of others. It means asking questions, seeking clarification, and being willing to change our minds or admit when we're wrong. For example, in a disagreement with a colleague or family member, instead of immediately defending our own position or trying to prove the other person wrong, we might ask open-ended questions to better understand their perspective, such as, "Can you tell me more about why you feel that way?" Or, "What experiences have led you to that conclusion?" By creating space for dialogue and understanding, we open up possibilities for growth, connection, and collaboration. It's also helpful to cultivate a growth mindset, recognizing that our own knowledge and understanding is always evolving and incomplete. This means embracing challenges, setbacks, and feedback as opportunities for learning and development, rather than threats to our ego or self-image. For instance, if we receive criticism or negative feedback on a project or idea, instead of becoming defensive or dismissive, we might approach it with curiosity and openness. asking ourselves questions like, what can I learn from this perspective? Or how can I use this feedback to improve and grow? By reframing challenges as opportunities, we develop greater resilience, adaptability, and self-awareness. Ultimately, letting go of the need to always be right requires a deep commitment to personal growth and self-reflection. It means cultivating humility, empathy, and open-mindedness, and recognizing that our own perspectives and experiences are just one part of a vast and complex world. By embracing this mindset, we open ourselves up to new possibilities for learning, connection, and transformation, both within ourselves and in our relationships with others. Promoting positivity in thought and speech. 13. Maintain privacy and discretion about relationship details. Relationships, whether romantic, familial, or platonic, are an essential part of our lives and can greatly impact our personal growth and well-being. However, when relationships end or go through difficult times, it can be tempting to share intimate details with others as a way of processing emotions or seeking support. While it's important to have trusted confidence and support systems, maintaining privacy and discretion about relationship details is crucial for several reasons. First, sharing intimate information about a relationship can breach trust and respect for the other person involved, even if the relationship has ended. It can also create awkwardness or discomfort for those who hear about the private details, and may lead to gossip or judgment that can further complicate the situation. Moreover, processing relationship endings or challenges publicly can sometimes hinder our own healing and growth. When we focus on gaining validation or sympathy from others, we may neglect the important inner work of self-reflection, learning and moving forward. We may also become stuck in a narrative of victimhood or blame, rather than taking responsibility for our own role in the relationship and its challenges. Instead, it's important to find healthy, private ways to process relationship endings and challenges. This might involve journaling, meditation, or speaking with a trusted therapist or counselor who can provide a safe, confidential space for exploration and healing. It might also involve setting clear boundaries with others about what we are and are not willing to share, and communicating our needs for support and privacy directly and respectfully. For example, if a friend or family member asks for details about a recent breakup, we might respond with something like, "I appreciate your concern, but I'm not comfortable sharing private details about my relationship. What I really need right now is your support and understanding as I work through this challenging time." By setting clear boundaries and communicating our needs, we create a foundation for healthy, respectful relationships with others and with ourselves. 14. Don't participate in gossip and negativity. Gossip and negativity are all too common in many social and professional circles and can have a corrosive effect on our personal growth and well-being. When we engage in gossip or negative talk about others, we contribute to a culture of judgment, mistrust, and disconnection that can hinder our own growth and success. The negative impact of gossip can be far-reaching. It can damage reputations, relationships, and opportunities, and create a toxic environment that breeds fear, resentment, and hostility. It can also reinforce negative stereotypes and prejudices and contribute to a culture of exclusion and discrimination. Moreover, participating in gossip and negativity can have a detrimental effect on our own mental and emotional well-being. When we focus on the faults and shortcomings of others, we neglect our own self-reflection and growth. We may become trapped in a cycle of judgment and criticism that leaves us feeling isolated, anxious, and unfulfilled. To avoid participating in gossip and negativity, it's important to cultivate a mindset of empathy, compassion, and positivity. This means looking for the best in others, even when they may be struggling or making mistakes. It means seeking to understand and support rather than judge and criticize. And it means modeling kindness, respect, and integrity in our own words and actions, even when it may be difficult or unpopular. For example, if we hear colleagues or friends engaging in negative gossip about someone else, we might gently redirect the conversation by saying something like, "I don't feel comfortable talking about someone who isn't here to defend themselves. Let's focus on the positive things we appreciate about each other and our work together." By setting a tone of empathy and respect, we create a ripple effect of positivity that can transform our relationships and communities. It's also important to be mindful of our own tendencies towards negativity and judgment, and to actively work to shift our mindset and behavior. This might involve practicing gratitude, self-compassion, and forgiveness, and surrounding ourselves with positive, supportive people who uplift and inspire us. Ultimately, avoiding gossip and negativity is about choosing to be a force for good in the world and recognizing that our words and actions have the power to heal or harm. By cultivating empathy, compassion, and positivity, we not only enhance our own personal growth and well-being, but also contribute to a more loving, connected, and thriving world. 15. Clutter and excess possessions. In our modern consumer culture, it's easy to accumulate clutter and excess possessions that can weigh us down both physically and emotionally. From overflowing closets and garages to crowded bookshelves and kitchen counters, the stuff we own can often take up valuable space in our lives and minds, hindering our ability to focus on what truly matters. The psychological benefits of simplifying our living spaces are well documented. Studies have shown that a decluttered environment can reduce stress and anxiety, improve focus and productivity, and even boost creativity and self-esteem. When we let go of the things that no longer serve us, we create space for new opportunities, experiences, and growth. Moreover, the process of decluttering itself can be a powerful tool for self-reflection and personal development. As we sort through our possessions, we're forced to confront our own values, priorities, and emotional attachments. We may discover that we've been holding on to things out of fear, guilt, or a sense of scarcity rather than true necessity or joy. By letting go of these emotional and physical burdens, we free ourselves to live more authentically and abundantly. To begin the process of decluttering, it's helpful to start small and focus on one area or category at a time. This might involve tackling a single drawer, closet, or room, and sorting items into piles of keep, donate, and discard. As we make decisions about what to let go of, it's important to be honest with ourselves about what truly brings us value and aligns with our goals and values. For example, we might ask ourselves questions like, when was the last time I used this item? Or, does this possession bring me joy or serve a necessary purpose in my life? By focusing on the things that truly matter to us, we create a living space that reflects our authentic selves and supports our personal growth and well-being. It's also helpful to develop systems and habits that prevent clutter from accumulating in the first place. This might involve implementing a one-in, one-out rule for new purchases, or regularly reassessing and purging our possessions to keep our spaces streamlined and intentional. Ultimately, decluttering our living spaces is about more than just tidying up our physical environment. It's about creating a foundation for a more purposeful, joyful, and fulfilling life, free from the distractions and burdens of excess. By letting go of the things that no longer serve us, we open ourselves up to new possibilities for growth, connection, and abundance. 16. Toxic relationships and one-sided friendships. Relationships are an essential part of our lives, providing us with support, connection, and opportunities for growth and learning. However, not all relationships are created equal, and some can be toxic or one-sided, draining our energy and hindering our personal development. Toxic relationships can take many forms, from overt abuse and manipulation to more subtle patterns of negativity, criticism, or disrespect. These relationships often leave us feeling depleted, anxious, and unsupported, and can even lead to physical and mental health problems over time. Similarly, one-sided friendships can be emotionally draining and unfulfilling, as we pour our time, energy, and resources into a relationship that doesn't reciprocate or value our needs and boundaries. These imbalanced dynamics can leave us feeling resentful, unappreciated, and disconnected from our own desires and goals. To cultivate healthy, supportive relationships that uplift and inspire us, it's important to be discerning about the people we allow into our lives. This means surrounding ourselves with individuals who share our values, respect our boundaries, and contribute positively to our growth and well-being. It's also crucial to learn how to set and maintain healthy boundaries in our relationships, even with those closest to us. This might involve communicating our needs and expectations clearly and directly, and being willing to say no to requests or behaviors that don't align with our values or well-being. For example, if a friend consistently cancels plans at the last minute or fails to show up for us in times of need, we might have a conversation about how their behavior is impacting us and what we need from the relationship moving forward. If the friend is unwilling or unable to make changes, it may be necessary to reevaluate the relationship and prioritize our own self-care and growth. In some cases, it may be necessary to distance ourselves from toxic or one-sided relationships altogether in order to create space for healthier, more reciprocal connections. This can be a difficult and painful process, but it's an essential part of personal growth and self-respect. Ultimately, cultivating healthy, supportive relationships is about honoring ourselves and our own needs, while also being open to genuine connection and growth with others. By surrounding ourselves with people who uplift and inspire us, setting clear boundaries, and being willing to let go of relationships that no longer serve us, we create a foundation for lasting personal and interpersonal fulfillment. Embracing change and personal evolution. 17. Living in the past or worrying about the future. One of the greatest obstacles to personal growth and well-being is the tendency to live in the past or worry about the future, rather than being fully present in the moment. When we dwell on past regrets, mistakes, or traumas, we can become stuck in a cycle of shame, guilt, and self-doubt that prevents us from moving forward and embracing new opportunities. Similarly, when we constantly worry about future uncertainties or potential failures, we can become paralyzed by fear and anxiety, unable to take the risks and actions necessary for growth and success. The practice of mindfulness and present moment awareness is a powerful tool for overcoming these tendencies and cultivating a greater sense of peace, clarity, and purpose. By learning to focus our attention on the present moment, we can develop a deeper appreciation for the beauty and richness of life and a greater capacity for joy, gratitude, and connection. One key strategy for cultivating mindfulness is to develop a regular meditation or mindfulness practice. This might involve setting aside a few minutes each day to sit quietly and focus on the breath, or simply bringing a greater sense of awareness and presence to everyday activities like eating, walking, or conversations with others. Another important aspect of living in the present is learning to reframe our relationship with the past and future. While it's important to learn from our past experiences and plan for the future, we can do so in a way that is grounded in the present moment and aligned with our values and goals. For example, instead of dwelling on past mistakes or failures, we can choose to focus on the lessons and growth opportunities they provided and use them as a springboard for positive change in the present. Similarly, instead of worrying about future uncertainties, we can choose to focus on the actions and choices we can make in the present to create the future we desire. Ultimately, embracing the present moment is about cultivating a sense of trust and surrender, recognizing that life is always unfolding in ways that are beyond our control, but that we always have the power to choose our response and attitude in each moment. By practicing mindfulness and present moment awareness, we open ourselves up to the fullness and richness of life and develop a greater capacity for resilience, adaptability, and growth in the face of change and uncertainty. 18. Neglecting self-care and personal boundaries. In the pursuit of personal and professional success, it's easy to fall into the trap of neglecting our own self-care and personal boundaries. We may push ourselves to work longer hours, take on more responsibilities, or say yes to every request or invitation, all in the name of achievement and progress. However, over time, this constant striving and self-neglect can take a serious toll on our physical, mental, and emotional well-being, leading to burnout, stress, and even illness. To cultivate sustainable personal growth and success, it's essential to prioritize self-care and establish healthy personal boundaries. This means taking intentional time and space for activities that recharge and nourish us, such as exercise, hobbies, social connection, and rest. It also means learning to say no to requests or commitments that don't align with our values, goals, or capacity, and setting clear limits around our time, energy, and resources. One key strategy for prioritizing self-care is to schedule it into our daily or weekly routines, just as we would any other important meeting or appointment. This might involve blocking out time for a morning yoga practice, an evening walk in nature, or a weekly coffee date with a close friend. By treating self-care as a non-negotiable priority, we send a clear message to ourselves and others that our well-being matters and deserves attention and investment. Another important aspect of self-care is learning to listen to and honor our own needs and desires, even when they may conflict with the expectations or demands of others. This might involve setting boundaries around our work hours, declining social invitations that don't feel fulfilling, or communicating our needs and preferences clearly and assertively in relationships. For example, if we find ourselves consistently working late nights or weekends to meet deadlines or impress a boss, we might have a conversation with our supervisor about our workload and schedule and propose alternative solutions that allow for better work-life balance. Or, if we find ourselves frequently saying yes to social commitments out of a sense of obligation or fear of disappointing others, we might practice saying no more often and focus on cultivating relationships and activities that truly nourish and inspire us. Ultimately, prioritizing self-care and personal boundaries is about recognizing that our own well-being is the foundation for all other aspects of our lives, and that we cannot truly thrive or contribute to the world if we're running on empty. By making intentional choices to nourish and protect our physical, mental, and emotional health, we create a solid foundation for lasting personal growth, fulfillment, and success. 19. The pursuit of perfection. The pursuit of perfection is a common trap that can hinder personal growth and well-being. When we set unrealistic standards for ourselves or others, we create a constant sense of pressure and inadequacy that can lead to anxiety, procrastination, and even depression. We may become so focused on achieving a narrow ideal of success or beauty that we lose sight of the deeper values and experiences that give life meaning and joy. However, the truth is that perfection is an illusion, and that the beauty and growth of life often lie in the imperfections and challenges we face along the way. When we learn to embrace our own humanness and the messiness of the journey, we open ourselves up to a greater sense of self-acceptance, resilience, and creativity. One key strategy for overcoming perfectionism is to reframe our relationship with mistakes and failures. Instead of seeing them as evidence of our inadequacy or unworthiness, we can choose to view them as valuable opportunities for learning, growth, and innovation. We can cultivate a growth mindset that values effort, experimentation, and feedback, rather than a fixed mindset that sees our abilities and outcomes as predetermined or immutable. For example, if we receive critical feedback on a project or performance, instead of becoming defensive or discouraged, we can choose to approach the feedback with curiosity and openness, asking ourselves what we can learn from the experience and how we can use it to improve and evolve. Or if we encounter a setback or failure in pursuit of a goal, we can choose to reframe it as a temporary obstacle or redirection rather than a permanent defeat, and look for ways to adapt and persevere. Another important aspect of embracing imperfection is learning to celebrate the journey and process of growth, rather than just the end result or achievement. This means taking time to acknowledge and appreciate the small wins, insights, and joys along the way, and cultivating a sense of gratitude and presence in each moment. For example, if we are working towards a long-term fitness goal, instead of becoming fixated on the final outcome or number on the scale, we can choose to focus on the daily practices and experiences that make us feel strong, healthy, and alive, such as the endorphin rush after a great workout, the satisfaction of fueling our bodies with nourishing foods, or the camaraderie of a supportive fitness community. Ultimately, embracing imperfection is about recognizing that true growth and fulfillment come from the willingness to show up fully and authentically in each moment, with all of our flaws, struggles, and possibilities. By letting go of the impossible pursuit of perfection, we create space for a more rich, dynamic, and meaningful experience of life and self. 20. Fear of change and the unknown. Change and uncertainty are inevitable parts of life, but for many of us, they can also be sources of great fear and anxiety. We may cling to familiar routines, relationships, or beliefs, even when they no longer serve us, out of a desire for stability and control. We may avoid taking risks or trying new things out of a fear of failure, rejection, or the unknown. However, the truth is that change and uncertainty are also the very conditions that enable growth, creativity, and transformation. When we learn to embrace the discomfort and possibility of the unknown, we open ourselves up to new experiences, perspectives, and opportunities that can enrich and expand our lives in ways we never could have imagined. One key strategy for overcoming fear of change is to cultivate a mindset of curiosity and exploration. Instead of seeing change as a threat or disruption, we can choose to approach it with a sense of openness and wonder, asking ourselves what we can learn and discover from the experience. We can practice reframing uncertainty as an invitation to grow and evolve, rather than a reason to retreat or resist. For example, if we are considering a career change or relocation, Instead of becoming paralyzed by the potential risks and unknowns, we can choose to focus on the potential benefits and opportunities, such as the chance to develop new skills, meet new people, or explore new places and cultures. We can do research, seek out mentors or advisors, and take small, calculated steps to test the waters and build our confidence and resilience. Another important aspect of embracing change is learning to trust in our own abilities and resources to adapt and thrive in new situations. This means cultivating a sense of self-efficacy and self-compassion, recognizing that we have the strength, wisdom, and creativity to navigate challenges and setbacks, and that failure or struggle are not reflections of our worth or potential. For example, if we are facing a major life transition, such as a divorce, illness, or job loss, instead of becoming overwhelmed by fear and self-doubt, we can choose to focus on our inner resources and support systems, such as our resilience, adaptability, and relationships with loved ones. We can seek out counseling, coaching, or other forms of guidance and support, and take proactive steps to care for our physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Ultimately, embracing change and the unknown is about cultivating a sense of trust and faith in the unfolding of life, recognizing that even the most difficult and uncertain times can be opportunities for growth, healing, and transformation. By learning to lean into the discomfort and possibility of change, we develop the courage, flexibility, and wisdom to navigate the ever-changing landscape of our lives with grace, purpose, and joy. In this video, we explored 20 suggestions for things to eliminate from your life to enable personal growth and well-being. These suggestions include maintaining discretion, shifting focus inward, pursuing authentic growth, promoting positivity, and embracing change. True growth often requires letting go of things that no longer serve us, such as unhealthy habits, toxic relationships, limiting beliefs, or outdated ways of being. By creating space, we open ourselves up to new possibilities and experiences. Personal growth is a lifelong journey of self-discovery and evolution, requiring patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to embrace discomfort and change. The goal is not perfection, but cultivating authenticity, purpose, and connection in each moment. As we embark on this journey, remember that we're not alone. Resources, support, and inspiration are available through therapy, coaching, spiritual practice, creative expression, and the guidance of trusted friends and mentors. Let us begin this journey with excitement, knowing that by eliminating what holds us back, we create space for a life of greater meaning and joy. Embrace the present moment and trust in your unique path of growth and transformation. Remember, you always have the power to choose love, curiosity, and self-compassion, creating a life that reflects your deepest desires and values. Have you ever wondered what sets apart those who achieve mastery from those who merely dabble? What if the secret to unlocking your full potential lies in a blend of ancient wisdom and modern emotional intelligence? In a world that is constantly evolving, the ability to adapt, learn, and grow is more important than ever. This guide will explore how principles of Stoicism and emotional intelligence can transform your approach to learning and self-improvement. From setting clear goals to embracing challenges, discover how these timeless philosophies can help you navigate your personal and professional journey with resilience and wisdom. Let's dive in and uncover the keys to lifelong growth and success. Learn from the best. Learning from successful individuals can provide valuable insights and strategies. Stoics believe in learning from the wise and virtuous, while emotional intelligence involves recognizing and emulating the emotional skills of successful people. Follow industry leaders on social media, read their books or biographies, and watch their interviews or talks. Study their habits, mindset, and strategies, and apply these lessons to your own life. For example, if a successful entrepreneur attributes their success to a morning routine, try incorporating similar practices into your day. Connecting with mentors and joining professional networks can also provide guidance and support. These relationships offer opportunities to learn from the experiences of others and gain feedback on your own progress. By learning from the best, you can accelerate your growth and achieve your goals more effectively. Set clear and specific goals. Setting clear, specific goals provides direction and motivation. Stoicism teaches us to set goals based on our values and remain focused on our purpose. Emotional intelligence helps you set realistic goals and maintain the motivation to achieve them. Instead of a vague goal like get fit, set a specific goal such as run 5 kilometers in under 30 minutes within 3 months. Create a training plan and track your progress weekly. This approach helps you stay focused and measure your progress, making it easier to stay motivated and achieve your goals. By setting clear and specific goals, you provide yourself with a roadmap for success. This clarity helps you stay focused, motivated, and resilient, especially during challenging times. Adapt to change. Adaptability is crucial in a rapidly evolving world. Stoics view change as a natural part of life and teach us to respond to it with tranquility. Emotional intelligence involves being adaptable and resilient, using change as an opportunity for growth. If your industry undergoes significant changes, such as new technology or regulations, take courses or seek training to stay updated. Embrace these changes as opportunities to grow and innovate, rather than as obstacles. By being flexible and open to change, you stay relevant and seize new opportunities as they arise. This adaptability enhances your resilience and enables you to thrive in a constantly changing environment. Prioritize and manage time efficiently. Effective time management is crucial for prioritizing learning and practice. Allocate specific periods each day to your growth activities, ensuring consistent progress. Stoic time management involves focusing on what is essential and eliminating distractions, while emotional intelligence helps you balance tasks and manage stress. Use a planner or digital calendar to schedule dedicated time for learning and practice. Break your day into blocks, assigning each block to specific activities to ensure balanced time management. This approach helps you stay organized, reduce stress, and make steady progress towards your goals. By managing your time efficiently, you create a structured environment that supports continuous learning and improvement. This discipline not only enhances your productivity, but also fosters a sense of accomplishment and well-being. Consistent practice. Consistent, deliberate practice is key to mastering any skill. It's not just about the hours you put in, but about being intentional and committed to improvement. Stoicism teaches us the value of discipline and perseverance, while emotional intelligence emphasizes self-awareness and emotional regulation to stay focused and motivated. If you're learning a musical instrument, for example, set aside time each day for focused practice. Break down complex pieces into manageable sections and track your progress over time. Regular practice helps you build muscle memory and refine your technique, leading to steady improvement. Approach your practice with a clear plan and specific goals. Whether it's improving your speed, accuracy, or expression, having defined objectives helps you stay motivated and measure your progress. Reflect on your practice sessions, noting what went well and what needs improvement. This self-awareness is crucial for continuous growth. By committing to consistent practice, you develop the discipline and resilience needed to achieve mastery. This approach not only enhances your skills, but also builds a strong foundation for lifelong learning and personal development. Seek feedback and mentorship. Regularly seeking feedback and learning from mentors can accelerate your growth. Constructive feedback helps identify areas for improvement, while mentorship provides guidance and support. Stoicism encourages seeking wisdom from those more experienced, and emotional intelligence values feedback for personal development. Find a mentor in your field who can provide regular guidance. Join professional networks or groups where you can share experiences and receive feedback. This approach helps you gain valuable insights and refine your skills, fostering continuous growth. By seeking feedback and mentorship, you create a supportive environment for learning and development. This network not only enhances your personal and professional growth, but also provides a sense of community and belonging. Maintain a positive attitude. A positive and optimistic mindset fuels motivation, resilience, and perseverance. Stoicism teaches the importance of maintaining inner peace and focusing on what you can control. Emotional intelligence helps you stay positive and manage emotions effectively, even in difficult situations. Practice gratitude daily by writing down 3 things you're thankful for. Surround yourself with positive influences and engage in activities that uplift your mood and outlook. This positive attitude helps you navigate challenges and setbacks effectively. By maintaining a positive attitude, you create an environment that supports continuous growth and resilience. This optimism enables you to face challenges with confidence and persist in your journey towards lifelong learning and self-improvement. Stay humble and open-minded. Humility and openness are essential for continuous improvement. Staying humble keeps you grounded and receptive to new ideas and perspectives. Stoicism values humility, recognizing that pride can be a barrier to growth, while emotional intelligence encourages openness to feedback and diverse viewpoints. Regularly seek feedback from colleagues or peers, attend conferences, and be open to learning from those with different experiences. This approach helps you gain valuable insights and refine your skills, fostering continuous growth. By staying humble and open-minded, you cultivate a mindset of lifelong learning. This attitude enables you to embrace new opportunities and challenges with confidence, leading to greater personal and professional. Develop a growth mindset. A growth mindset involves embracing challenges, viewing failures as learning opportunities, and staying dedicated to self-improvement. This mindset aligns with Stoic principles of accepting what we cannot change and focusing on what we can control. Emotional intelligence helps you manage setbacks with resilience and use them as opportunities for growth. If you fail at a project, analyze what went wrong, learn from the experience, and apply those lessons to future endeavors. Celebrate small victories and recognize your progress, as this helps build momentum and maintain motivation. By developing a growth mindset, you cultivate a positive attitude towards learning and improvement. This mindset enables you to tackle challenges with confidence and persist in the face of adversity, ultimately leading to greater success and fulfillment. Commit to lifelong learning. Lifelong learning is essential for personal and professional growth. It keeps your mind sharp, enhances adaptability, and broadens your skill set. From a Stoic perspective, wisdom is a continuous pursuit. Emotional intelligence fosters curiosity and openness to new ideas, promoting empathy and understanding. To commit to lifelong learning, integrate educational activities into your routine. Attend workshops and seminars, read diverse books, and take online courses on platforms like Coursera, or Udemy. Joining a book club or discussion group can expand your perspectives and engage you with others. Embrace lifelong learning with enthusiasm. Each new piece of knowledge is a step towards greater wisdom and understanding. By committing to this journey, you enhance your capabilities and cultivate a mindset of continuous growth and improvement. Embracing lifelong learning and personal growth is not just a strategy for success, it is a way of life. By integrating the timeless wisdom of Stoicism with the insights of emotional intelligence, you can cultivate a mindset that is resilient, adaptable, and ever curious, whether it's through consistent practice, setting clear goals, or staying humble and open-minded. Each step you take on this journey contributes to your overall development. Remember, the pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement is a continuous process. There will always be new challenges to face, lessons to learn, and opportunities to grow. By committing to these principles, you not only enhance your skills and capabilities, but also enrich your life with purpose and fulfillment. Stay curious, stay disciplined, and most importantly, stay committed to your journey of lifelong learning. In doing so, you will not only achieve mastery in your endeavors, but also cultivate a life of wisdom, resilience, and lasting success.
What if I told you that your attitude could change the entire course of your life? Imagine if you could harness the power of a single trait to turn your biggest fears into your greatest strengths. Two animals embody this transformative power: the eagle and the lion. These are the only two creatures that the Creator identified himself with. Understanding why these animals are symbolic of supreme leadership can unlock the leader within you. Let's delve into why the lion, the king of the jungle, is a beacon of leadership. Interestingly, the lion is not the tallest, largest, heaviest, or smartest animal in the jungle. In fact, the lion is physically outmatched by several other animals. Yet when the lion appears, all the other animals run away. This phenomenon is not due to the lion's physical prowess, but due to its attitude. Leadership expert John Maxwell once said, "Attitude determines altitude." This statement rings true when we study the lion. The lion's attitude is what sets it apart. The lion believes it is the king, and this belief shapes its actions and the reactions of others. This attitude is not just a superficial confidence. It's a deeply ingrained belief system. Consider this. In the business world, CEOs and leaders are not always the most intelligent or skilled individuals in their organizations. What distinguishes them is their attitude and vision. Take Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks. Schultz did not come from wealth or privilege. He grew up in a poor neighborhood, but his attitude and vision transformed Starbucks from a single coffee shop into a global brand. Schultz's belief in his vision and his unwavering attitude towards achieving it inspired his team and reshaped the coffee industry. One of my favorite quotes encapsulates this idea perfectly. "An army of sheep led by a lion will always defeat an army of lions led by a sheep." This means that the right kind of leadership can transform a group of ordinary people into an extraordinary team. History is replete with examples of leaders who transformed their followers through their attitude. Winston Churchill, during World War II, inspired a beleaguered Britain with his indomitable spirit. His belief in victory, despite the odds, rallied the nation to stand firm against adversity. Let's bring it back to the jungle. The lion sees an elephant and thinks, "Lunch." This mindset is not based on physical ability alone, but on the lion's belief in itself. On the other hand, The elephant, despite its size and strength, sees the lion and thinks, "Eater." This stark difference in perspective highlights how attitude shapes outcomes. The lion's attitude commands respect and instills fear in larger, stronger animals. Your attitude is a reflection of your belief system. It's said that whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. This famous quote by Henry Ford emphasizes the power of belief. Your attitude towards challenges, setbacks, and opportunities will dictate your success or failure. Consider the story of J.K. Rowling, who faced numerous rejections before Harry Potter was finally published. Her unwavering belief in her story and her positive attitude towards rejection turned her into one of the most successful authors in history. In the workplace, in your personal life, and in your community, adopting a lion's attitude can make all the difference. Leaders are not born. They are made by the attitudes they cultivate and the beliefs they hold. Cultivate an attitude of resilience, confidence, and vision. Believe in your potential to lead, inspire, and make a difference. Just like the lion, let your attitude set you apart and lead you to greatness. Equally important is the symbolism of the eagle. The eagle represents vision, strength, and soaring to new heights. The eagle is known for its incredible eyesight, capable of seeing prey from miles away. This sharp vision symbolizes the clarity and focus that a leader must have. A leader must see beyond the immediate and plan for the future, much like the eagle soars high to gain a broad perspective. The eagle's flight is also a powerful metaphor for leadership. When storms come, other birds seek shelter. The eagle, however, uses the storm's wind to lift itself higher. This ability to rise above challenges is a hallmark of great leadership. Leaders face obstacles and adversities, but like the eagle, they use these challenges to elevate themselves and their vision. Nelson Mandela, one of the most revered leaders in modern history, exemplified this eagle-like quality. Despite spending 27 years in prison, Mandela's vision for a free and democratic South Africa never wavered. He rose above the hardships and emerged as a symbol of resilience and hope, guiding his nation to a new era. Another aspect of the eagle's leadership is its commitment to its family. Eagles are known for their strong parenting skills, taking great care in raising their young. This nurturing aspect is essential in leadership. A true leader mentors and supports their team, fostering an environment where everyone can grow and succeed. This commitment to others is what builds strong, cohesive teams that can achieve remarkable feats. Combining the attitudes of the lion and the eagle, we find the foundation of effective leadership. It is not just about believing in oneself or having a vision. It is about translating those beliefs into actions. Attitude without action is merely a dream. To lead effectively, one must not only possess the confidence and vision, but also the willingness to act upon them. Consider the story of Thomas Edison, who famously said, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration." Edison's relentless pursuit of his ideas and his willingness to act upon his vision led to the invention of the light bulb and many other innovations. His attitude of perseverance and his actions in the face of repeated failures epitomize the essence of leadership. Leadership is also about empowering others to act. A true leader does not just lead by example, but inspires others to take initiative. This is evident in the story of Mahatma Gandhi, whose attitude of non-violence and peaceful resistance inspired millions to fight for India's independence. Gandhi's leadership was not just about his personal beliefs, but about mobilizing an entire nation to act upon those beliefs. In our daily lives, adopting this attitude-action framework can lead to transformative outcomes. Whether in our careers, our communities, or our personal relationships, the combination of a positive attitude and proactive actions can set us apart and lead us to success. It is about believing in our potential and taking the necessary steps to realize it. There are several practical steps to cultivate a leadership attitude. Develop self-belief. Like the lion, cultivate a strong belief in yourself. This belief will shape your actions and the reactions of others. Start by setting small, achievable goals and gradually build your confidence. Maintain a clear vision. Emulate the eagle's vision by setting long-term goals and staying focused on them. Regularly review and adjust your goals to ensure they align with your overall vision. Embrace challenges. Use obstacles as opportunities to grow, much like the eagle uses storm winds to soar higher. Develop a mindset that views challenges as stepping stones rather than setbacks. Inspire and empower others. Leadership is not just about personal success. It's about lifting others up. Mentor and support those around you, fostering a collaborative and supportive environment. Act with purpose. Turn your attitudes and beliefs into actions. Set actionable plans to achieve your goals and be consistent in your efforts. Remember, action is what brings vision to life. Practice resilience. Cultivate resilience by learning from failures and setbacks. Each experience, whether positive or negative, is an opportunity to learn and grow. Stay humble and adaptable. Despite their strength and vision, both the lion and the eagle remain adaptable to their environments. Stay humble and be willing to adjust your approach when necessary. The lion and the eagle teach us valuable lessons about leadership and the power of attitude. By adopting the lion's confidence and the eagle's vision, and by combining these attitudes with purposeful actions, we can unlock our potential as leaders. Whether in business, community, or personal life, the principles of belief, vision, resilience, and action are universal keys to success. Embrace these qualities and let your attitude lead you to new heights and untold achievements.
You will never be angry again after listening to this. Have you ever felt anger consume you, leaving you powerless and regretful in its wake? Imagine a life where anger no longer controls your actions, where peace and wisdom guide your every response. In a world brimming with stress and conflict, mastering the art of managing anger is not just beneficial, it's transformative. Today, we delve into the ancient wisdom of Stoicism, uncovering timeless principles that promise to liberate you from the clutches of anger. Through acceptance, emotional control, and a shift in perspective, we will explore practical steps to turn your anger into a catalyst for personal growth and serenity. Embark on this journey with us and discover how you can transcend anger, embracing a life of tranquility and inner strength. Number 1, acceptance and forgiveness. In the journey of life, anger often stems from our reactions to external events and how we perceive them. However, anger is a choice, not a necessity. Stoicism teaches us that acceptance and forgiveness are the keys to inner peace. Acceptance involves acknowledging that we cannot control everything that happens to us, but we can control how we respond. When we accept the inevitability of life's challenges, we strip them of their power to incite anger. Forgiveness, on the other hand, liberates us from the chains of resentment. By forgiving those who wrong us, we reclaim our peace and move forward unburdened. Remember, holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. We are the ones who get burned. Embrace acceptance and forgiveness, not as a sign of weakness, but as a demonstration of strength. By doing so, you cultivate a serene mind, free from the turbulence of anger. This practice not only enhances your mental well-being, but also paves the way for personal growth and resilience. Let acceptance and forgiveness be your guiding principles, leading you to a life of tranquility and wisdom. Number 2, emotional control. Anger is a natural response to life's frustrations, but unchecked, it leads to failure and isolation. Emotional control is a cornerstone of Stoicism, emphasizing the mastery of our reactions. In moments of provocation, patience becomes our greatest ally. When we choose not to let others' actions dictate our emotional state, we reclaim our power. Reacting in anger often results in regrettable outcomes and strained relationships. Instead, by exercising self-control, we navigate through challenges with clarity and composure. Consider anger as a fleeting storm. It passes, but the damage it leaves behind can be lasting. Embracing patience and restraint allows us to weather these storms without harm. It's a testament to our inner strength and a reflection of our true character. The ability to remain calm in the face of adversity is not only a marker of emotional maturity, but also a pathway to lasting peace. Cultivate emotional control as a daily practice. Reflect before you react. Breathe before you speak. And pause before you act. In doing so, you create a harmonious inner world, immune to the chaos of anger. Number 3, self-awareness. Self-awareness is the foundation of managing anger effectively. Recognizing our emotional triggers and understanding our reactions is crucial for personal growth. Stoicism encourages us to reflect on our inner lives, to observe our thoughts and feelings with a detached perspective. This practice of introspection allows us to identify the roots of our anger and address them proactively. When we are aware of our emotions, we gain the power to control them. Instead of being swept away by the tide of anger, we can choose to respond thoughtfully. Self-awareness transforms our impulsive reactions into deliberate actions, grounded in wisdom and understanding. It's through this process that we learn to navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. Embrace self-awareness as a daily habit. Set aside moments to reflect on your experiences, to question your assumptions, and to understand your emotional landscape. By doing so, you cultivate a deeper connection with yourself and develop the emotional intelligence needed to handle anger constructively. Self-awareness is not just a tool for managing anger, it is a pathway to self-mastery and enduring peace. Number 4, perspective. Changing your perspective on what causes anger can significantly diminish its impact. Stoicism teaches us that our interpretations of events, rather than the events themselves, often trigger our anger. By shifting our viewpoint, we can transform our emotional response. Life's challenges are inevitable, but our perspective shapes how we experience them. Viewing obstacles as opportunities for growth rather than threats helps us maintain our composure. This mindset encourages resilience and fosters a positive outlook, even in the face of adversity. When we see difficulties as a natural part of the human experience, we are less likely to react with anger. Instead, we approach them with a calm and rational mind, ready to learn and adapt. Perspective is a powerful tool. It can turn setbacks into lessons and frustrations into stepping stones. Practice reframing your thoughts. When faced with a challenging situation, ask yourself how you can grow from it. By changing your perspective, you not only reduce the power of anger, but also enhance your overall well-being. Adopting this Stoic approach leads to a more balanced and fulfilling life, rooted in wisdom and understanding. Number 5, practical steps. Implementing practical steps to manage anger is essential for maintaining emotional balance. Techniques such as deep breathing, counting to 10, and avoiding immediate reactions are simple yet effective strategies. These methods create a pause between stimulus and response, allowing us to choose a more measured reaction. Deep breathing helps calm the mind and reduce physiological arousal, making it easier to think clearly. Counting to 10 provides a moment of reflection, preventing impulsive outbursts. By delaying our response, we give ourselves the opportunity to consider the consequences of our actions. Another practical step is to engage in physical activity, which can dissipate the energy that fuels anger. Additionally, journaling can be a valuable tool for processing emotions and gaining insight into our triggers. Writing down our thoughts and feelings helps us to see them more objectively and find constructive ways to address them. Remember, these techniques are not about suppressing anger, but about managing it wisely. By incorporating these practical steps into our daily routine, we build resilience and foster a calm and composed demeanor. This Stoic approach empowers us to navigate life's challenges with grace and poise. Number 6, positive actions. Replacing anger with positive actions is a transformative practice rooted in Stoic wisdom. Instead of reacting with hostility, choose to respond with love and kindness. This shift not only diffuses tension, but also fosters a more harmonious environment. Positive actions have the power to change our emotional state and influence those around us. When faced with provocation, take a moment to consider how you can respond constructively. Acts of kindness, even towards those who have wronged us, demonstrate strength and emotional maturity. By choosing to act with compassion, we break the cycle of anger and create opportunities for reconciliation. Gratitude is another powerful tool in this regard. Reflecting on what we are thankful for can shift our focus from what's wrong to what's right in our lives. This change in perspective helps to diminish feelings of anger and fosters a sense of peace. Embrace positive actions as a way of life. Let your responses be guided by love and understanding rather than anger and resentment. This practice not only enhances your well-being, but also contributes to a more peaceful and compassionate world. Number 7, Stoic detachment. Practicing Stoic detachment is a powerful way to manage anger. Detachment does not mean indifference, but rather a deliberate separation of our emotions from external events. By recognizing that we cannot control what happens to us, only how we respond, we can maintain inner peace. Stoic detachment involves accepting that life is unpredictable and that setbacks are a natural part of the human experience. This acceptance allows us to view challenges with a calm and rational mind, rather than reacting with anger. When we detach from the need for specific outcomes, we free ourselves from the frustration that arises when things don't go as planned. Instead, we focus on our actions and attitudes, which are within our control. This mindset empowers us to navigate life's ups and downs with equanimity. Practice detachment by reminding yourself of what is within your control and what is not. Let go of unrealistic expectations and embrace the uncertainty of life. By doing so, you cultivate a resilient and composed demeanor, impervious to the storms of anger. Stoic detachment is a pathway to enduring peace and inner strength. Number 8, mindfulness and present moment awareness. Cultivating mindfulness and present moment awareness is essential for managing anger effectively. Mindfulness involves being fully present and aware of our thoughts, feelings, and surroundings without judgment. This practice helps us stay grounded and reduces the likelihood of reacting impulsively to anger-inducing situations. By focusing on the present moment, we can observe our emotions without becoming overwhelmed by them. This awareness allows us to respond thoughtfully rather than reactively. When we are mindful, we create a space between stimulus and response. giving us the freedom to choose our actions. Techniques such as meditation, deep breathing, and mindful walking can enhance our ability to stay present. These practices calm the mind and increase our awareness of the present moment, making it easier to manage our emotions. Embrace mindfulness as a daily practice. Set aside time each day to meditate, breathe deeply, or simply observe your surroundings. By cultivating present moment awareness, you develop the emotional intelligence needed to handle anger constructively. This Stoic approach leads to a more peaceful and balanced life, rooted in wisdom and clarity. Number 9, cognitive reframing. Cognitive reframing is a powerful technique for managing anger by changing the way we interpret and think about situations. Stoicism teaches us that our perceptions, rather than external events, often trigger our emotions. By consciously altering our perspective, we can transform our emotional response. When faced with an anger-inducing situation, ask yourself how you can view it differently. Instead of seeing it as a personal attack or an injustice, consider it an opportunity for growth or a challenge to overcome. This shift in mindset helps to reduce the intensity of anger and fosters a more constructive response. Reframing allows us to see the positive aspects of difficult situations and to focus on solutions rather than problems. It encourages us to adopt a more flexible and adaptive approach to life's challenges. Practice cognitive reframing by questioning your initial reactions and looking for alternative interpretations. By doing so, you gain control over your emotions and develop a more resilient and balanced mindset. This Stoic practice not only diminishes the power of anger, but also enhances your overall well-being and personal growth. Number 10, virtuous living. Embracing the Stoic principle of living in accordance with virtue leads to a more fulfilling and harmonious life. Virtuous living involves prioritizing qualities such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance in all our actions and decisions. When we align our lives with these virtues, we cultivate a sense of inner peace and integrity that helps us navigate life's challenges. Wisdom guides us to make thoughtful and informed decisions, reducing the likelihood of reacting with anger. Courage empowers us to face difficulties with resilience and grace, while justice ensures that we treat others fairly and with respect. Temperance helps us maintain self-control and balance in our emotions and desires. By living virtuously, we create a foundation of stability and strength that shields us from the destructive effects of anger. This approach fosters a deep sense of fulfillment and contentment, as we know we are living in alignment with our highest values. Make virtuous living a daily practice by reflecting on your actions and striving to embody these qualities in all aspects of your life. This Stoic path leads to enduring peace and happiness, rooted in wisdom and moral integrity. In conclusion, in a world often dominated by stress and conflict, the ability to master anger through the wisdom of Stoicism is a powerful tool for personal transformation. By embracing acceptance, practicing emotional control, and shifting your perspective, you can turn moments of anger into opportunities for growth and serenity. Remember, the journey to inner peace begins with a single step. Implement these Stoic principles in your daily life and watch as your mind becomes a haven of calm and resilience. If you found value in this exploration of Stoic wisdom, don't let it stop here. Like this video, subscribe to our channel, and join our community of seekers striving for a wiser, more peaceful existence. Together we can cultivate a world where tranquility and strength prevail over anger. Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. We'd love to hear how Stoicism is helping you on your journey to inner peace. Stay wise Stay serene, and thank you for watching.
Ever wonder why some people naturally earn respect while others struggle? I used to think respect came from achievements, but I realized it's often lost through small, overlooked habits. Things like interrupting, seeking constant validation, or complaining seem harmless, but they quietly push people away. Drawing on Stoic philosophy, I've learned that real respect comes from living with integrity and self-awareness. The Stoics believed in habits that align with a life of dignity and genuine connection. If you've noticed people distancing themselves or respect slipping, it may be time to reflect on these small habits and replace them with actions that truly build trust and respect. 1. Neglecting to express appreciation. I never thought failing to say thank you could be so damaging. I used to think people understood how much I appreciated them without needing constant reminders. My friends and family, I assumed, would always just know that I valued their support and sacrifices. But I was wrong. A few years back, a close friend pulled me aside and said, "You know, sometimes it feels like you take me for granted." That hit me hard. I realized I'd grown so used to people being there for me that I'd stopped actively showing my gratitude. Little things like a quick thank you or a thoughtful note had slipped out of my routine. This lack of appreciation had created a rift I wasn't even aware of. Stoicism teaches us to be grateful, yet I'd neglected such a simple but powerful practice. Since then, I've tried to make a conscious effort to express my gratitude. Now I make sure to call my parents after they help with something, thank my colleagues when they go the extra mile, and let my friends know how much their presence means to me. The response has been incredible. People appreciate the small acknowledgements. I've noticed that expressing gratitude openly not only strengthens my connections, but also reminds me how fortunate I am to have these people in my life. It's amazing how something as simple as a thank you can bridge gaps and deepen bonds. 2. Gossiping. Gossiping was a habit I didn't even realize I had. In college, my friends and I would get together and dissect every little detail of our classmates' lives. At first, it seemed harmless, like a fun way to bond over shared secrets. But I quickly learned just how damaging gossip can be. One incident stands out. I shared something personal about a friend who wasn't in our circle, thinking it would be an interesting story. Unfortunately, that story made its way back to her. The disappointment in her eyes was something I'll never forget. She didn't get angry or make a scene. She simply withdrew from me. That's when it hit me. I'd violated her trust in a really careless way. Stoic philosophy emphasizes focusing on our own character and steering clear of judging others. Gossiping pulls us away from that principle and poisons the trust people have in us. Since that experience, I've tried to avoid gossip altogether. When I'm tempted, I remember how it felt to lose a friend over thoughtless words. Instead, I focus on building people up or staying silent if I have nothing positive to say. Gossip may seem harmless, but it erodes relationships and diminishes respect over time. I'm still not perfect, but I'm far more mindful now, and it's made my connections feel deeper and more authentic. 3. Refusing to take responsibility. Taking responsibility was something I struggled with for years. I used to think that admitting mistakes showed weakness, so I'd often find ways to dodge blame or make excuses. This habit really affected my work life. My boss once pointed out that while my work was good, I had a tendency to deflect accountability whenever things went wrong. This wasn't easy to hear, but it made me realize that my actions were costing me respect. Stoicism teaches that we should focus on what's within our control, including our responses to mistakes. I began to see that taking responsibility doesn't make you weak. It shows integrity. It took some time, but I started owning up to my errors, no matter how uncomfortable it felt. Now, if I mess up, I make it a point to acknowledge it and think about how I can improve. Not only has this earned me more respect, but I also feel a deeper sense of self-respect. People value honesty and accountability, and embracing those qualities has actually strengthened my relationships. Taking responsibility is empowering. It gives me control over my growth and my reputation. 4. Being unreliable. Being unreliable was a label I had to face, and it wasn't easy. In my early 20s, I had a terrible habit of making plans and then cancelling at the last minute. I'd tell people I'd be somewhere, only to change my mind when something more interesting came up. I didn't see the harm at first. Life's busy, right? But one night, I missed my best friend's birthday party because I'd decided to catch up on work instead. She had put so much effort into planning the event, and my last-minute cancellation really hurt her. I could tell from the look on her face when I finally saw her again. That was a wake-up call. I realized that being unreliable doesn't just inconvenience people, it shows them you don't respect their time. Since then, I've made a conscious effort to be someone others can count on. When I say I'll be somewhere, I show up. If I commit to something, I follow through. My relationships have improved because people know I take their time seriously. Stoicism teaches that our word should be something others can trust. By practicing reliability, I'm not just honoring others, I'm strengthening my own character. 5. Seeking constant validation. For a long time, I craved validation. Every achievement, big or small, had to be acknowledged by others for it to feel real to me. I'd find myself constantly checking for likes on social media, asking people if they thought I was doing well, and fishing for compliments. It became exhausting, not only for me, but also for those around me. One day, a friend told me, "You don't need our approval, you're doing great." It was a kind reminder, but it made me realize how dependent I'd become on others' opinions. Stoicism teaches us to build self-worth from within, not from the approval of others. Seeking constant validation only weakens our sense of self. Since then, I've tried to focus on internal validation. Instead of needing others to recognize my achievements, I ask myself if I feel proud of what I've done. It's a slow process, but I've noticed a difference in my confidence. I'm learning to trust my own judgment, and I've found that people respect me more when I'm not constantly looking to them for approval. Now, I strive to live in alignment with my values, regardless of what others think. 6. Interrupting others. I used to think that jumping into conversation showed enthusiasm. I'd often interrupt people mid-sentence, eager to share my thoughts or add my perspective. But I realized how disrespectful it was when a coworker pulled me aside after a meeting and said, "It feels like you're not really listening to us." That hit hard. I thought I was being engaged, but I was actually cutting people off and making them feel unheard. Stoicism emphasizes patience and respect in interactions. I began practicing active listening, giving people the space to finish their thoughts before responding. It was challenging at first because I had to resist the urge to jump in, but over time, I've seen how much more people appreciate conversations when they feel fully heard. Listening actively not only deepens my connections, but also helps me learn more from others. Now, I remind myself that conversations are about understanding, not just speaking. By focusing on truly listening, I show respect and build stronger, more meaningful connections. 7. Reacting defensively to feedback. I used to get defensive every time someone offered me constructive criticism. I'd see feedback as an attack on my abilities, and I'd often respond with excuses or counter-arguments. But this habit made people hesitate, to be honest with me. I realized how much this was holding me back when a mentor told me, "You have potential, but you're stopping yourself from growing." That was tough to hear, but it was also a turning point. Stoicism teaches us to accept feedback as a tool for growth rather than as a threat. I began practicing humility when receiving feedback. Instead of immediately reacting, I'd pause, take a breath, and genuinely listen. I learned to ask questions to understand how I could improve. This shift in mindset has been liberating. Now, I'm more open to feedback, and I find that people respect my willingness to learn. Embracing feedback has allowed me to grow in ways I hadn't imagined, and it's helped me build stronger relationships. Respect isn't about grand gestures. It's built through the small, everyday actions we choose. By letting go of habits that erode trust, we make room for deeper connections and a stronger sense of self-respect. The Stoics remind us that living with integrity isn't just about how others see us. It's about the peace we feel within ourselves. If this video helped you see areas for growth or inspired you to make positive changes, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. Join us on this journey of self-improvement and wisdom, and let's keep building a life full of respect, resilience, and meaningful relationships. Thank you for watching, and stay strong, stay stoic. Here are 10 powerful Stoic strategies to handle criticism like a master. What if you could turn every criticism into a tool for growth instead of a source of pain? These timeless Stoic principles will show you how to stay calm, confident, and in control no matter what life throws at you. Most people crumble under criticism or lash out defensively, but the Stoics knew better. They turned adversity into an advantage. Imagine hearing harsh words and walking away stronger, not defeated. One of these techniques helped Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor, lead with wisdom even under constant scrutiny. Another can help you stay composed during the toughest conversations at work or at home. By the end of this video, you'll not only understand how to handle criticism, but also how to thrive because of it. Whether it's feedback from a boss, a snide remark from a friend, or an online comment that stings, you'll have the tools to respond with grace and grow from every challenge. Let's dive in. 1. Pause before reacting. Criticism can feel like a personal attack, and our initial instinct is often to defend ourselves or retaliate. However, as the Stoics teach, emotions are fleeting and unreliable guides. Taking a moment to pause and reflect can completely shift the way we perceive and respond to criticism. For example, imagine you're presenting a project at work and your manager says, "This isn't what we were expecting." The immediate urge might be to argue, "But I followed your instructions." Instead, take a breath and pause. Say something neutral like, "I'd love to understand more about what you were expecting." This gives you time to compose yourself and opens the door to constructive dialogue. A similar example comes from Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher. Despite facing harsh criticism from the Senate, he was known for his composure. Instead of reacting impulsively, Marcus would listen, reflect, and respond with calmness. His ability to pause allowed him to address concerns thoughtfully, often turning adversaries into allies. In our daily lives, this principle can be applied in personal relationships. If a friend says, "You're always late," the immediate reaction might be defensive. "No, I'm not." But pausing allows us to consider, are they right? How can I improve? This not only diffuses tension, but also demonstrates emotional maturity. Pausing doesn't mean suppressing your feelings. It means acknowledging them without letting them dictate your actions. It's the first step in transforming criticism from a source of conflict into an opportunity for growth. By practicing this, we build the habit of responding wisely, not impulsively, a true hallmark of Stoic strength. 2. Distinguish between fact and opinion. Not all criticism is created equal. Some criticisms are rooted in facts and highlight areas for genuine improvement, while others are mere opinions, often shaped by the critic's biases or emotions. A Stoic knows how to separate the two. For instance, imagine a scenario where you're a writer and someone says, "Your grammar is terrible." This might sting, but it's worth pausing to evaluate. If a specific grammatical mistake is pointed out, it's a factual criticism and an opportunity to improve your skills. On the other hand, if someone says, "I hate your writing style," it's purely subjective. Writing style is personal, and not everyone will resonate with it. A real-life example can be seen in customer service. A barista might receive a complaint like, "This coffee is too bitter." Instead of taking it personally, the barista can evaluate, is the coffee truly bitter due to an error in preparation, a fact, or is the customer expressing a personal taste preference, an opinion? Distinguishing between the two helps the barista either improve or simply accept that not everyone will be satisfied. Marcus Aurelius frequently reflected on this distinction in his meditations. He reminded himself that many criticisms are opinions, not universal truths, and that others' judgments often reveal more about them than about him. In our own lives, understanding this difference can bring peace. If someone criticizes your appearance by saying, "You look tired," ask yourself, is this based on observable facts, like lack of sleep, or just their perception? Address facts where necessary, but let opinions roll off like water on a duck's back. This clarity keeps your mind focused on growth and shields you from unnecessary emotional turmoil. 3. Embrace criticism as feedback. Criticism, especially when delivered constructively, is one of the most valuable tools for personal growth. However, embracing it requires a shift in mindset, seeing criticism not as an attack but as feedback meant to help us improve. Take the example of Thomas Edison, the inventor of the light bulb. He faced relentless criticism for his repeated failures, with people saying he was wasting his time. Instead of letting their words discourage him, Edison famously said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." By viewing criticism as feedback, he used it to refine his approach, ultimately achieving one of the greatest inventions in history. In a modern workplace setting, consider a scenario where your manager reviews your report and says, "This section isn't clear." Instead of feeling offended, ask, "Can you help me understand which parts are unclear and how I can improve them?" This response not only shows your willingness to grow, but also turns the criticism into actionable insights. A personal example could involve fitness. Imagine your trainer says, "Your form during squats is off." It might feel like a blow to your ego, but instead of reacting defensively, ask for guidance. What can I adjust to improve? This openness leads to better results and shows humility, a key Stoic virtue. The Stoics believed in constantly seeking self-improvement. Epictetus taught that we should welcome feedback, even from those who are harsh or rude, as it reveals areas where we can grow stronger. By embracing criticism as feedback, you shift from a defensive mindset to a proactive one, transforming potentially painful moments into opportunities for growth and excellence. This perspective empowers you to continually refine yourself, becoming the best version of who you can be. 4. Remember your inner fortress. Criticism can shake us if we allow it to. However, the Stoics believed in cultivating an inner fortress, a secure sense of self-worth built on virtues, not external opinions. This mindset helps us weather any storm of negativity with grace and confidence. Consider the story of Eleanor Roosevelt. As First Lady, she faced relentless public criticism, often regarding her unconventional views and advocacy. Yet she famously said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." Her unshakable inner confidence allowed her to continue her work undeterred, focusing on her values rather than seeking approval from others. A more everyday example might involve social media. Imagine posting a photo or opinion online and receiving a harsh comment like, "This is stupid." Instead of internalizing it, remind yourself, my worth isn't defined by this person's opinion. Think about why you posted it in the first place. Perhaps to share something meaningful or to connect with others. Your intention is what matters, not the fleeting judgment of a stranger. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of staying true to one's inner self. In his meditations he wrote, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinions than our own." This reminder to value your judgment over external criticism is central to Stoic resilience. To build your inner fortress, focus on your values, integrity and growth. If you know you're acting with virtue and striving to improve, external criticism loses its power. Like a castle standing tall against the winds, your sense of self will remain steadfast, enabling you to navigate criticism without losing your balance. This inner strength turns critiques into passing breezes, not earthquakes. 5. Seek the kernel of truth. Criticism, even when harsh or poorly delivered, often carries a nugget of truth that can help you grow if you're willing to look for it. The Stoics believed in self-awareness and the courage to confront our flaws. By seeking the kernel of truth in criticism, we turn it into a mirror for self-improvement. For example, consider a scenario where a colleague says, "You're always late to meetings." The word "always" might be an exaggeration, and the tone might feel accusatory. But is there truth in the statement? Reflect honestly. Have I been late recently? If so, why? If the answer is yes, the criticism points to an area for improvement, punctuality, regardless of how it was delivered. A historical example is Abraham Lincoln. Early in his political career, he was often criticized for being indecisive and inexperienced. Instead of dismissing these critiques, he examined them carefully, identifying areas where he lacked knowledge and taking deliberate steps to educate himself. Over time, this humility and openness to feedback made him one of the most respected leaders in history. In personal relationships, a partner might say, "You don't listen to me." While it might feel unfair, asking yourself, "Is there some truth to this?" could reveal moments where you were distracted or dismissive. Acknowledging this truth allows you to work on being more present and attentive. Epictetus encouraged his students to be grateful for honest feedback, even if it stung. He believed that recognizing and addressing our weaknesses is the path to virtue. Seeking the truth in criticism, even when it's unpleasant, shows strength and wisdom. By doing so, you transform critiques into stepping stones for growth, making even your harshest critics unintentional allies in your self-improvement journey. 6. Don't take it personally. One of the most liberating Stoic principles is recognizing that criticism often says more about the critic than the criticized. By not taking things personally, you free yourself from the emotional weight of others' opinions and maintain clarity in your response. Imagine a scenario at work where a teammate says, "Your idea will never work. It's too risky." It's easy to feel insulted, but consider the critic's perspective. Their reaction may stem from their own fear of risk or past failures, not the merit of your idea. Instead of internalizing their judgment, focus on the facts and move forward confidently. A historical example is Mahatma Gandhi. As a leader advocating for non-violent resistance, he faced ridicule and harsh criticism from both supporters and opponents. Yet, Gandhi famously said, "Nobody can hurt me without my permission." He understood that their words reflected their struggles, not his purpose. This mindset helped him remain focused on his mission despite the noise. In personal relationships, a loved one might say something hurtful like, "You're always so selfish." While it feels deeply personal, pausing to consider their emotional state can help you see that their words might stem from frustration or misunderstanding rather than a true reflection of your character. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When someone criticizes or wrongs you, remember that they act from their own principles, not yours." Recognizing this frees you from reacting defensively and keeps your emotions grounded. By not taking criticism personally, you build a shield of perspective. You gain the power to evaluate words objectively, discerning what is useful and letting go of what is not. This practice protects your peace of mind and ensures you stay true to your values, unaffected by fleeting judgments. Respond with dignity. The Stoics emphasized that how we respond to criticism defines our character more than the criticism itself. Choosing to respond with dignity, calmly and respectfully, reflects emotional maturity and strength, disarming negativity and fostering constructive dialogue. Imagine receiving a harsh critique during a meeting. Your plan is completely unrealistic. The immediate temptation might be to defend yourself or fire back, but responding with dignity might look like this. "I appreciate your feedback. Could you share specific concerns so we can address them?" This approach maintains professionalism, keeps emotions in check, and turns a potentially hostile exchange into a productive conversation. Consider the example of Michelle Obama. As First Lady, she faced severe criticism and even personal attacks. Instead of lashing out, she consistently responded with grace, saying, "When they go low, we go high." Her dignified responses earned her widespread respect and made her a role model for handling adversity. In everyday life, suppose a friend says, "You've changed. You're not the same person anymore." A defensive reaction could escalate the situation, but a dignified response might be, "I'm sorry you feel that way. Can you help me understand what's changed from your perspective?" This not only diffuses tension, but also shows you value the relationship enough to seek clarity. Epictetus advised, "Keep your dignity and composure under all circumstances." Responding with dignity doesn't mean suppressing your feelings. It means channeling them constructively. When you respond with dignity, you show others and yourself that you are in control of your actions and emotions. Criticism then becomes a test of character rather than a source of conflict. This Stoic approach ensures you remain grounded and graceful, regardless of the circumstances. 8. Let go of what you can't control. The Stoics emphasized focusing on what lies within your control and letting go of what doesn't. When it comes to criticism, this principle is invaluable. You can't control others' opinions or how they express them, but you can control how you interpret and respond to their words. For example, imagine you're an artist who recently displayed your work at an exhibition. A visitor remarks, "This piece feels meaningless to me." You could spend hours agonizing over their comment, questioning your talent, or you could remind yourself, their reaction is beyond your control. Your responsibility is to create art that's meaningful to you, not to please everyone. A powerful historical example is Socrates. Known for his unorthodox ideas, he was frequently criticized and mocked in public. Socrates remained unshaken, famously saying, "I am not disturbed that others have different opinions of me. I am only concerned that I not lose my own self-respect." He focused solely on living virtuously, letting go of others' judgments. In everyday scenarios, consider receiving unsolicited advice like, "You should change careers. This isn't going anywhere." While such comments might sting, remind yourself, you can't control their opinions or motivations. What you can control is evaluating whether the advice aligns with your goals and values. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. When you let go of the need to control external perceptions, you gain freedom and peace of mind." By focusing on your own actions and mindset, criticism loses its power to destabilize you. This shift allows you to prioritize your growth and integrity, transforming criticism into background noise rather than a source of anxiety. Surround yourself with wise advisors. Criticism from the wrong sources can be demoralizing or unhelpful. That's why the Stoics valued the company of wise and virtuous individuals whose feedback is grounded in truth and a genuine desire to help you grow. Surrounding yourself with people you trust ensures the criticism you receive is constructive and valuable. For instance, think about professional athletes. A tennis player might receive criticism from thousands of fans and commentators, but they'll turn to their coach for actionable feedback. The coach's insights are rooted in expertise and tailored to the athlete's improvement, making them infinitely more valuable than random opinions. A historical example is Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Despite being surrounded by sycophants, he sought the counsel of trusted advisors who would challenge him constructively rather than flatter him. His ability to invite and embrace honest feedback from the right people contributed to his reputation as a wise and just leader. In your personal life, imagine a situation where you're criticized by a colleague who barely knows you. Their comment may feel unfair or uninformed. Instead of dwelling on it, consult a mentor or a trusted friend. "Here's the feedback I received. What's your perspective?" Their guidance, grounded in their understanding of your character and abilities, is far more meaningful. Epictetus advised, "Seek the company of those who make you better." When you surround yourself with people who genuinely care about your growth, their feedback becomes a tool for improvement, not a weapon for harm. By prioritizing the wisdom of trusted advisors over the noise of general criticism, you gain clarity and direction. These relationships become a safeguard, ensuring the criticism you act on is relevant, fair, and beneficial, allowing you to grow with confidence and focus. 10. Practice gratitude for the challenge. The Stoics believed that every adversity, including criticism, is an opportunity to grow stronger and wiser. Instead of resenting criticism, they encouraged embracing it with gratitude as a tool for self-improvement. Consider the example of a young chef presenting their signature dish to a renowned critic who responds, "This lacks depth and balance." While the words sting, the chef can choose to feel offended or view this as a valuable lesson. By reflecting on the critique and applying it to their craft, the chef improves and elevates their skills. The critic's harsh feedback becomes a catalyst for greatness. Another powerful example is J.K. Rowling, who faced multiple rejections before finding a publisher for Harry Potter. The criticism she received from publishers could have discouraged her, but instead, she saw it as part of her journey. She was grateful for the chance to refine her work and persisted until she achieved extraordinary success. In daily life, criticism might come from a partner saying, "You never listen to me." While it's easy to react defensively, consider practicing gratitude. I'm thankful they care enough to tell me how they feel. This mindset shifts the focus from personal hurt to an opportunity to improve communication and strengthen the relationship. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be grateful for everything that happens. It's meant for your benefit." Even when criticism feels unjust or harsh, it's a chance to practice patience, humility, and resilience. Gratitude turns moments of discomfort into opportunities for growth. By welcoming criticism as a challenge, you develop a mindset of continuous improvement. Gratitude transforms negativity into constructive energy, helping you rise above obstacles and emerge stronger, wiser, and more self-aware. This approach reflects true Stoic mastery and ensures that no critique is ever wasted. Handling criticism is never easy, but by applying these 10 Stoic strategies, you can turn every critique into a chance to grow stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Remember, it's not the criticism itself, but how you respond that defines you. Whether it's pausing before reacting, seeking the truth in feedback, or practicing gratitude for the challenge, these tools can transform negativity into personal growth. If you found value in these ideas, make sure to like this video to support the channel and help others discover it. Don't forget to subscribe for more timeless wisdom and practical strategies for living a better life. I'd love to hear from you. What's the most impactful takeaway for you? How have you handled criticism in your life? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. Your insights could inspire others on their journey. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Stay wise and resilient.
Have you ever wondered what truly makes someone socially attractive? Is it their charm, their wit, or perhaps something deeper? In a world where social connections are vital to personal and professional success, mastering the art of social attractiveness can be a game changer. Drawing inspiration from the timeless wisdom of Stoic principles, we uncover 15 habits that can transform your interactions and help you build meaningful, lasting relationships. Stoicism, an ancient Greek philosophy, offers profound insights into human behavior and personal growth. By integrating these principles into your daily life, you can enhance your social skills and become someone others naturally gravitate toward. Whether it's incorporating laughter to lighten the mood, maintaining good posture to convey confidence, or showing genuine compassion, these habits can elevate your social presence and make you more engaging and relatable. Join us as we delve into each of these habits, enriched with vivid examples and practical tips to help you cultivate a magnetic personality that attracts and retains meaningful connections. Let's embark on this journey of personal transformation and discover the power of Stoic-inspired social attractiveness. 1. Incorporate laughter. Laughter is a universal language that bridges gaps and brings people together. It lightens the atmosphere, fosters connection, and allows us to find joy in the present moment. Imagine attending a gathering where the room is filled with serious conversations and tense faces. Then someone shares a light-hearted joke and the room erupts in laughter. Instantly the mood shifts from somber to joyful and people feel more relaxed and open. Using humor in your interactions can make you more approachable and enjoyable to be around. For instance, when meeting someone new, a clever, appropriate joke or a funny anecdote can break the ice and create an immediate bond. Think of a first date scenario where both parties are nervous and unsure. A shared laugh over a humorous story about a past awkward moment can ease the tension and pave the way for more meaningful conversation. However, it's crucial to use humor mindfully. Not everyone has the same sense of humor, and what might be funny to one person could be offensive to another. For example, at a workplace meeting, a well-timed, harmless joke about the quirks of office life can enhance camaraderie. But a joke that touches on sensitive topics can quickly backfire, causing discomfort and possibly damaging relationships. Moreover, laughter can be a powerful tool in stressful situations. Consider a family facing a difficult challenge, such as moving to a new city. Amidst the chaos of packing and goodbyes, sharing funny moments, like the time they tried to assemble furniture without instructions, can provide relief and strengthen their bond. Incorporating laughter into your daily life requires a balance of spontaneity and sensitivity. By using humor to connect with others, you not only enhance your social attractiveness, but also contribute to a more positive and joyful environment. Remember, laughter is a gift that can lighten even the heaviest of days and bring warmth to the coldest of hearts. 2. Maintain good posture. Good posture is a silent communicator of confidence and self-respect. When you stand tall with your shoulders back and head held high, you project an image of assurance and reliability. Picture a speaker at a conference. The one with a straight posture, open stance, and direct eye contact commands attention and respect, whereas a slouched speaker might struggle to keep the audience engaged. Maintaining good posture isn't just about aesthetics, it also influences how you feel. When you hold yourself confidently, you often start to feel more confident. For example, walking into a job interview with an upright posture can positively affect your performance by boosting your self-esteem and reducing anxiety. Conversely, slouching can convey insecurity and disinterest, potentially diminishing the interviewer's perception of your capabilities. Practicing good posture also impacts your physical health. For instance, consistently sitting or standing with poor posture can lead to back and neck pain. By being mindful of your posture, you can prevent such discomfort and improve your overall well-being. Simple daily habits like adjusting your workstation to maintain an ergonomic alignment or practicing yoga to strengthen your core can significantly enhance your posture over time. In social settings, good posture can make you more approachable and engaging. Imagine attending a networking event. A person standing confidently with an open posture is more likely to attract conversation partners than someone hunched over their phone. By maintaining good posture, you send non-verbal cues that you are open to interaction and ready to engage. Incorporating good posture into your daily life is a powerful way to enhance your presence and make a positive impression on others. It reflects your inner confidence and respect for yourself, which in turn earns the respect and admiration of those around you. 3. Foster curiosity. Curiosity is a key ingredient in building meaningful connections. When you show genuine interest in others by asking thoughtful questions and actively listening to their responses, you create a bond that goes beyond superficial interactions. For example, instead of the typical, "How are you?" consider asking, "What's been the highlight of your week?" This question invites the person to share something meaningful and can lead to deeper conversations. Consider a scenario at a dinner party. While others might stick to small talk, you engage with someone by expressing curiosity about their latest project or a recent trip. This not only shows that you value their experiences, but also makes the interaction more memorable. People naturally feel more appreciated and connected when they sense that someone is genuinely interested in their lives. Fostering curiosity also means being an active listener. Instead of thinking about what you will say next, focus on what the other person is saying. For instance, if a friend is talking about a challenging situation at work, listen attentively and ask follow-up questions like, "How did you handle that?" or "What did you learn from the experience?" This approach shows empathy and encourages the person to open up more. Moreover, curiosity can broaden your own perspectives. Engaging with people from different backgrounds and cultures enriches your understanding of the world. Imagine meeting someone from a different country at a conference. By asking about their cultural traditions and daily life, you not only make a new friend, but also gain insights that can challenge and expand your own worldview. Curiosity fosters connections that are both deep and enriching. By showing genuine interest in others, you not only make them feel valued, but also create opportunities for learning and personal growth. This habit of engaging curiously makes you more socially attractive and builds lasting relationships. 4. Show compassion. Compassion is a powerful force in building strong relationships. It involves understanding and sharing the feelings of others, offering genuine support and empathy. For example, when a friend is going through a tough time, simply being there to listen and offer a comforting presence can make a significant difference. Saying, "I'm here for you, and I understand how hard this must be," validates their emotions and strengthens your bond. Consider the impact of compassion in a workplace setting. Imagine a colleague struggling with a heavy workload. Offering to help with a project or even just taking a moment to acknowledge their stress can foster a supportive work environment. This act of kindness not only eases their burden, but also builds a foundation of trust and mutual respect. Compassion extends beyond close relationships to everyday interactions. Think about a time when a stranger was kind to you, such as helping you carry groceries or offering a smile when you were feeling down. These small acts of compassion can have a profound impact, reminding us of our shared humanity and creating a ripple effect of kindness. However, showing compassion also means taking care of yourself. It's essential to set boundaries and ensure you are not depleting your own resources. For instance, if a friend constantly leans on you for support, it's okay to express your own needs and suggest they seek additional help. Compassion is most effective when it comes from a place of balance and self-care. Incorporating compassion into your daily life not only enhances your social attractiveness, but also contributes to a more empathetic and connected world. By understanding and sharing the feelings of others, you build deeper, more meaningful relationships and create an environment where everyone feels valued and supported. 5. Cultivate a touch of mystery. Cultivating a touch of mystery involves sharing selectively and allowing your depth to unfold naturally. This approach invites others to engage more deeply, sparking curiosity and interest. Imagine meeting someone who shares their entire life story in the first conversation versus someone who reveals their experiences gradually. The latter often leaves a lasting impression, as there's an element of intrigue that keeps you wanting to know more. For instance, in a new friendship, instead of divulging all your personal details at once, consider sharing your experiences and interests over time. This gradual revelation creates a sense of anticipation and curiosity, making interactions more engaging and dynamic. It also allows for deeper connections to form as trust and familiarity build gradually. In romantic relationships, a touch of mystery can keep the spark alive. Sharing your thoughts and feelings openly is important, but maintaining some aspects of your individuality and experiences to be discovered over time can sustain interest and excitement. For example, planning spontaneous surprises or revealing hidden talents at unexpected moments can add an element of surprise and enchantment. However, cultivating mystery doesn't mean being secretive or deceptive. It's about finding a balance between openness and intrigue, being genuine and authentic in your interactions while leaving room for discovery makes you more captivating. Think of it as reading a book where each chapter reveals a bit more about the characters, keeping you engaged and eager to learn what happens next. This principle can also apply to professional settings. In a job interview, highlighting your skills and experiences without laying out your entire career history can pique the interviewer's interest. Sharing relevant achievements while hinting at your potential can create a compelling narrative that leaves them wanting to know more. By cultivating a touch of mystery, you enhance your social interactions with an element of intrigue. This approach not only makes you more attractive and engaging, but also fosters deeper and more meaningful connections. 6. Exercise patience. Patience is a virtue that greatly enhances social interactions. It involves allowing conversations to flow naturally without rushing or interrupting, showing respect and consideration for others. Imagine being in a group discussion where one person dominates the conversation, cutting others off mid-sentence. This behavior can stifle communication and create frustration. Conversely, a patient listener who waits their turn and gives others space to express their thoughts fosters a more inclusive and respectful dialogue. Consider the scenario of a family dinner. A child excitedly shares their day at school, and a patient parent listens attentively without interrupting. This patience not only encourages the child to express themselves freely, but also strengthens the parent-child bond. In contrast, impatience can lead to misunderstandings and feelings of neglect. Patience also plays a crucial role in resolving conflicts. When disagreements arise, taking the time to listen to the other person's perspective before responding can prevent escalation. For instance, in a workplace dispute, patiently hearing out a colleague's concerns and responding thoughtfully can lead to a more constructive resolution. This approach shows that you value their input and are committed to finding a mutually beneficial solution. Moreover, practicing patience in daily interactions can enhance your own well-being. It reduces stress and fosters a sense of calm and control. For example, waiting in a long line can be frustrating, but using that time to practice mindfulness or engage in a pleasant conversation with a fellow queue member can transform the experience into a positive one. Patience is a powerful tool that can improve your relationships and social interactions. By allowing conversations to unfold naturally and showing respect for others' thoughts and feelings, you create an environment of trust and mutual respect. This habit not only makes you more socially attractive, but also contributes to your own inner peace and resilience. 7. Use mindful body language. Mindful body language is an essential component of effective communication. It ensures that your gestures, facial expressions, and eye contact reflect your genuine feelings and intentions. Imagine attending a presentation where the speaker maintains eye contact, uses open gestures, and smiles genuinely. This body language creates a connection with the audience and conveys confidence and enthusiasm. In contrast, consider a meeting where a participant crosses their arms, avoids eye contact, and has a closed-off posture. This body language can signal disinterest or defensiveness, creating a barrier to effective communication. Being mindful of your body language helps you convey the right message and fosters positive interactions. For instance, in a job interview, maintaining eye contact, nodding in agreement, and using open hand gestures can show that you are engaged and confident. Similarly, during a conversation with a friend, leaning in slightly and mirroring their expressions can create a sense of empathy and understanding. These non-verbal cues enhance the connection and make the interaction more meaningful. Mindful body language also involves being aware of the signals you send unconsciously. For example, fidgeting or checking your phone during a conversation can indicate boredom or distraction, even if you are genuinely interested. By being present and attentive, you show respect and appreciation for the other person, strengthening your relationship. Incorporating mindful body language into your daily interactions can significantly improve your social attractiveness. It helps you connect more deeply with others, convey your true intentions, and create a positive impression. By aligning your non-verbal cues with your verbal communication, you enhance your ability to build trust and rapport. 8. Be fully present. Being fully present in your interactions shows others that they are valued and important. In a world full of distractions, giving someone your undivided attention is a rare and precious gift. Imagine having a conversation with someone who is constantly checking their phone or looking around the room. This behavior can make you feel ignored and unimportant. In contrast, someone who listens intently, makes eye contact, and responds thoughtfully creates a sense of connection and respect. Consider a scenario where you are catching up with an old friend. By putting away your phone, maintaining eye contact, and actively engaging in the conversation, you show that you genuinely care about their thoughts and experiences. This level of presence can deepen your bond and create lasting memories. Being fully present also means being mindful of your own thoughts and feelings during interactions. For instance, if you find your mind wandering during a meeting, gently bring your focus back to the speaker. This mindfulness not only improves your understanding and retention of the information, but also demonstrates your commitment to the discussion. In personal relationships, being fully present can strengthen your connections and enhance your empathy. Imagine a partner sharing their worries with you. By listening attentively and responding with empathy, you validate their feelings and provide emotional support. This presence fosters trust and intimacy, making your relationship more resilient. Practicing presence requires conscious effort, especially in today's fast-paced world. Setting aside dedicated time for meaningful interactions, practicing mindfulness, and minimizing distractions can help you cultivate this habit. Being fully present enriches your social interactions, making you more attractive and trustworthy to others. 9. Develop cultural wisdom. Developing cultural wisdom involves understanding and appreciating different cultures to broaden your perspectives and connect with others. In today's globalized world, cultural awareness is essential for building meaningful relationships and fostering inclusivity. Imagine working on an international team where each member brings unique cultural insights. By appreciating and respecting these differences, you can collaborate more effectively and create a harmonious work environment. Consider the impact of cultural wisdom in social settings. When attending a cultural event, showing genuine interest in the traditions and practices can make you more engaging and respectful. For example, asking about the significance of a cultural festival or trying traditional foods with an open mind demonstrates your appreciation for diversity. Cultural wisdom also enhances your ability to connect with people from different backgrounds. Imagine traveling to a foreign country. Understanding and respecting local customs, such as greeting practices or dress codes, can help you navigate social interactions smoothly and build positive relationships. This awareness shows that you value and respect the local culture, making you a more attractive and considerate visitor. Moreover, developing cultural wisdom enriches your own life. It broadens your horizons and challenges your perspectives, fostering personal growth and empathy. For instance, learning about different religious practices or social norms can deepen your understanding of the world and reduce prejudices. Incorporating cultural wisdom into your daily life involves continuous learning and open-mindedness. Reading about different cultures, engaging in cultural exchanges, and reflecting on your own biases can help you develop this valuable trait. By embracing cultural wisdom, you enhance your social interactions and contribute to a more inclusive and empathetic world. 10. Embrace authenticity. Embracing authenticity means being true to yourself, standing firm in your beliefs, and finding comfort in your own skin. Authenticity attracts genuine connections and fosters trust and respect. Imagine meeting someone who is unapologetically themselves, sharing their passions and vulnerabilities openly. This authenticity creates a sense of sincerity and makes interactions more meaningful. Consider the impact of authenticity in friendships. When you are authentic, you attract like-minded individuals who appreciate you for who you are. For example, sharing your true interests and opinions can lead to deeper and more fulfilling relationships. Conversely, trying to fit in by pretending to be someone you're not can create superficial connections and feelings of emptiness. Authenticity also means accepting your flaws and imperfections. Imagine a leader who acknowledges their mistakes and shows vulnerability. This behavior not only earns the respect of their team, but also creates a culture of openness and trust. By being authentic, you inspire others to do the same, fostering a supportive and genuine environment. In personal growth, embracing authenticity involves self-reflection and acceptance. It requires understanding your values, strengths, and weaknesses, and living in alignment with them. For instance, pursuing a career that aligns with your passions and values, even if it's unconventional, can lead to greater satisfaction and fulfillment. Being authentic in your interactions can significantly enhance your social attractiveness. It creates a sense of trust and reliability, making others feel comfortable and valued. By embracing your true self and living authentically, you build deeper connections and lead a more fulfilling life. 11. Practice mesmerizing manners. Practicing mesmerizing manners involves engaging with others through genuine empathy, kindness, and respect. Good manners create a welcoming and positive environment, making interactions pleasant and memorable. Imagine dining at a restaurant where the staff is courteous, attentive, and respectful. This experience leaves a lasting positive impression and makes you more likely to return. Consider the impact of manners in everyday interactions. Simple acts of kindness, such as holding the door open, saying please and thank you, or offering a smile, can brighten someone's day and create a sense of warmth and connection. For example, complimenting a colleague on their hard work or helping a neighbor carry groceries shows that you care and value their presence. Mesmerizing manners also involve being mindful of others' needs and feelings. In a conversation, listening attentively, not interrupting, and showing appreciation for the other person's perspective demonstrate respect and empathy. For instance, in a heated discussion, responding calmly and respectfully rather than reacting impulsively can diffuse tension and foster mutual understanding. In social gatherings, practicing good manners can enhance your attractiveness and leave a positive impression. Imagine attending a party where you are considerate of the host's efforts, engage politely with guests, and express gratitude for the invitation. This behavior not only makes you a delightful guest, but also builds your reputation as a respectful and kind individual. Incorporating mesmerizing manners into your daily life can significantly improve your social interactions. It creates an atmosphere of positivity and respect, making you more approachable and likable. By engaging with empathy and kindness, you foster deeper connections and contribute to a more considerate and harmonious community. 12. Choose a signature scent. Choosing a signature scent involves selecting a fragrance that aligns with your personality and values, leaving a lasting impression. A signature scent can become a subtle yet powerful part of your personal brand. Imagine meeting someone who has a distinctive, pleasant fragrance that you associate with them every time you encounter it. This scent creates a sensory memory, making your interactions more memorable and unique. Consider the impact of a signature scent in professional settings. Wearing a subtle, elegant fragrance that complements your professional demeanor can enhance your presence and leave a positive impression on colleagues and clients. For example, a fresh, clean scent can convey a sense of professionalism and confidence, making you more approachable and memorable in meetings. In personal relationships, a signature scent can add an element of intimacy and familiarity. Imagine a partner who always wears a specific perfume or cologne. Over time, this scent becomes associated with them, evoking fond memories and feelings whenever you encounter it. Choosing a scent that reflects your personality and preferences can enhance your connection with others. Selecting a signature scent involves finding a fragrance that resonates with you and reflects your identity. It could be inspired by your favorite places, memories, or even your personal values. For instance, a nature lover might choose a fragrance with earthy, woody notes, while someone who values elegance and sophistication might opt for a classic, floral scent. Incorporating a signature scent into your daily routine can enhance your social attractiveness and leave a lasting impression. It adds a unique, personal touch to your presence, making interactions more memorable and enjoyable. By choosing a fragrance that reflects your personality, you create a sensory connection that resonates with others and enhances your overall appeal. 13. Live by virtues. Living by virtues involves following Stoic principles like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These virtues not only enhance your character, but also attract others who admire and aspire to these values. Imagine someone who consistently demonstrates integrity, fairness, and self-control. This person naturally earns respect and admiration, making them more attractive and influential. Consider the impact of living by virtues in your daily interactions. Demonstrating wisdom by making thoughtful decisions and offering sound advice can make you a trusted confidant. For example, a friend who seeks your guidance in difficult situations values your wisdom and respects your judgment. Similarly, showing courage by standing up for what is right, even in challenging circumstances, inspires others and fosters a sense of admiration. Justice, another key Stoic virtue, involves treating others fairly and with respect. Imagine a leader who ensures everyone on their team is treated equitably and acknowledges their contributions. This behavior not only builds a positive and inclusive environment, but also earns the loyalty and respect of the team members. Temperance, the practice of self-control and moderation, is crucial in maintaining balance in life. For instance, managing your emotions during stressful situations and responding calmly rather than reacting impulsively demonstrates emotional intelligence and resilience. This composure not only helps you navigate challenges more effectively, but also sets a positive example for others. Living by virtues creates a foundation of trust and respect in your relationships. It attracts like-minded individuals who value and aspire to similar principles, fostering deeper and more meaningful connections. By embodying Stoic virtues, you enhance your social attractiveness and contribute to a more ethical and compassionate world. 14. Demonstrate humility. Demonstrating humility involves acknowledging your limitations and showing appreciation for the contributions of others. Humility fosters mutual respect and creates an environment where everyone feels valued. Imagine working with someone who is humble about their achievements and quick to recognize the efforts of their teammates. This behavior builds a culture of collaboration and respect, making interactions more positive and productive. Consider the impact of humility in leadership. A humble leader who admits their mistakes and seeks feedback from their team earns greater respect and loyalty. For example, a manager who credits their team for a project's success, rather than taking all the glory, fosters a sense of shared achievement and trust. This humility encourages open communication and continuous improvement within the team. In personal relationships, humility strengthens bonds and promotes understanding. Imagine a friend who always acknowledges their own faults and appreciates your support. This humility not only makes them more relatable, but also deepens your connection by fostering an environment of honesty and mutual respect. Humility also means being open to learning from others. Consider attending a workshop where you openly admit your lack of knowledge on a topic and actively seek insights from the facilitator and fellow participants. This openness not only enhances your learning experience, but also builds a network of supportive and knowledgeable individuals. Incorporating humility into your daily interactions can significantly improve your relationships. It creates a sense of equality and respect, making others feel valued and appreciated. By demonstrating humility, you enhance your social attractiveness and contribute to a more respectful and supportive community. 15. Practice self-care. Practicing self-care involves prioritizing your physical, mental, and emotional well-being to build resilience and better support others. Self-care is essential for maintaining a healthy and balanced life, enabling you to show up fully in your relationships and responsibilities. Imagine a friend who regularly engages in activities that rejuvenate and energize them, such as exercising, meditating, or pursuing hobbies. This practice not only enhances their well-being, but also makes them more present and supportive in their interactions. Consider the impact of self-care in professional settings. A colleague who takes regular breaks, manages their stress effectively, and maintains a healthy work-life balance is likely to be more productive and positive. For example, someone who practices self-care by setting boundaries and taking time off to recharge can prevent burnout and maintain their enthusiasm and effectiveness at work. In personal relationships, self-care enables you to be more patient, empathetic, and supportive. Imagine a parent who takes time for self-care activities, such as reading, exercising, or socializing with friends. This practice helps them manage stress and maintain their energy, allowing them to be more present and engaged with their children. Self-care also involves recognizing and addressing your emotional needs. For instance, seeking therapy or counseling when needed, practicing mindfulness, and engaging in activities that bring you joy and fulfillment contribute to your emotional well-being. This practice not only enhances your own quality of life, but also makes you more resilient and capable of supporting others. Incorporating self-care into your daily routine can significantly enhance your social attractiveness and overall well-being. By prioritizing your health and happiness, you build resilience and create a positive impact on your interactions and relationships. Practicing self-care enables you to be your best self and contribute positively to the lives of those around you. In conclusion, these 15 socially attractive habits, inspired by Stoic principles, offer a holistic approach to enhancing your interactions and relationships. By incorporating laughter, maintaining good posture, fostering curiosity, showing compassion, cultivating mystery, exercising patience, using mindful body language, being fully present, developing cultural wisdom, embracing authenticity, practicing mesmerizing manners, choosing a signature scent, living by virtues, demonstrating humility, and practicing self-care, you can build deeper, more meaningful connections and lead a more fulfilling life. Incorporating these 15 socially attractive habits inspired by Stoic principles can profoundly impact your interactions and relationships. By embracing practices such as laughter, good posture, curiosity, compassion, and patience, you not only enhance your social presence but also foster deeper, more meaningful connections with those around you. Stoicism teaches us the value of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, virtues that, when integrated into our daily lives, enrich our character and make us more attractive to others. Whether it's showing humility, practicing mesmerizing manners, or living authentically, these habits help you become a more engaging, empathetic, and resilient individual. Remember, social attractiveness is not about superficial charm, but about genuine connection and mutual respect. By being fully present, developing cultural wisdom, choosing a signature scent, and prioritizing self-care, you create a positive and lasting impression that resonates deeply with others. As you incorporate these habits into your routine, you'll find that your relationships become more fulfilling and your social interactions more rewarding. Embrace these Stoic-inspired principles and watch as they transform not only how others perceive you, but also how you perceive yourself. By living with intention and integrity, you can build a life filled with meaningful connections and personal growth.